What's going on, everybody? It's your favorite YouTuber, Austin Holloman. We're gonna let some people get in the chat room first before we start talking and having our daily update. We got some things that we've done today. Very, very, very important things that need to be updated. So, I'm gonna wait till we get in the room, and then from there we would go. One thing I'm not liking, you guys, is in Dallas. It is very cool at nighttime right now. Very cool. We got Ozzy in the chat. What's going on, Ozzy? Oh, let me go grab something. Hold on. You know what? I think I might take this dog for a walk tomorrow. This dog just sits at home all day. So I think I might take it for a walk, go to the gym, take the dog for a walk, and then one of my homeboys wants to meet me in town tomorrow. So I'll go kick it with him for a little bit. He said here for the red meat. So I hope you guys enjoyed the Kendra G snippet I put up. The full video will be playing tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time. The dog is lonely, yeah. He said, don't give up, don't ever give up. Don't you love living in the great state of Texas? I do not, because I don't live here. Let him out of prison. Yeah, I'm really going to walk. I'm going to go take him for a walk tomorrow. He needs to be walked for about an hour around town. So, we got Honesty in the chat. She says WSG. Your homeboy might be on that Diddy shit. Nah. But anyway, today got up, no gym. You guys know I go to the gym every other day. We got up and we went to the post office. I had to sign up on the FBI's website. They emailed me a little certificate and or whatever, a barcode or something, and I showed them at the post office. They took my fingerprints. I had to pay the post office $50. And then I had to, then they automatically sent that to the FBI. Now, FBI, since I don't have a criminal background, they immediately sent my certificate back. So then I went back to the postal center. I got 2 envelopes, one to mail to the federal, the state of secretary of the country. I don't know what it is, but it's the one that's in Virginia. I mailed it to them and sent a self-mailing thing back. I had to fill out, it was another $20 for that form. So that entire process was running around, because then I had to pay the FBI $18 just to sign up. So that entire process was like $90 almost altogether. No, then I had to pay for shipping, which was like another $34, which it could have been cheaper. Could have used stamps, but I prefer to use tracking because I ain't got so many these little people that help you. These government agencies, they love to say like, oh, like we didn't receive it, we didn't get it, or, I ain't got time for that shit. So I went ahead and just bought the tracking, so that was like $35. So it was a little like around 120 or something like that. I don't remember the name of the document, but I'll create a guide for that. A cheap guide. It won't be expensive too. I'll create a cheap guide so everybody can learn about that. So I sent it off to them. It should be there in 2 days or so. But the only thing about sending, so when I send it to Austin, I don't know how long it takes because I had to send one to the state of Texas, and then I had to send one to the federal government. I don't know how long the one takes to get back from Texas. If I was in Austin, I could have got everything done on the spot. but I'm not. I really don't want to go to Austin either, and it's too late now anyway. But anyway, they said that the federal government, will take 3 to 6 weeks to send that back. So I'll be in Paraguay. I'll still be in Paraguay when it's done. The only thing is I had to have the guy ship it to me. So maybe I might have to extend my Paraguay trip for 5 weeks instead of 4. Uh, get that done, and then we'll go to Turkey after that. But after that's all I need to do. I mean, of course, I got to pay the lawyer to do everything else when I get there. But as far as coming back to the United States, getting these documents, that's all I got to do. Now, from my understanding, from the way how I was filling out the forms, whenever I want my residency in Chile, I'm gonna have to do this all over again. I'm gonna have to come back, send it in, or maybe I wouldn't have to. Maybe I can mail it from where I'm at. But I know on the sheet it says, what country do you need this apostille for? Meaning that from what I'm reading, you can't get this thing stamped one time and then use it again. You gotta get it stamped every single time you want to do it. Which, I mean, for most people, you probably only gonna get a stamp one time. I don't people Most people aren't gonna be collecting citizenships and residencies, but that is a plan that I have. So in the future, it may be a little inconvenient, but it is what it is. Mr. 100K a day sent a $50 super chat. Thank you very much. He says, "Are you raw dogging these females when you travel?" Absolutely not. Have I before? Yeah, but no. I learned to stay away from that wherever you are in the world. Now, here, I would not make that mistake. I would not. The risk of being sleeping with some chick that you couldn't be with and then you get put on child support is a fucking nightmare. So I would not do that in the United States. But abroad, no. Just because I like my peace of mind, and there's no greater peace of mind killer than thinking that, well, what if I got burnt, or what if she gets pregnant? There's nothing worse than that. So to save yourself, I showed you guys what condoms to buy. When you come back to the United States, get these specific condoms and use those. It feels like some of them feel like you're not wearing nothing. So that's the better route to go. Keep your peace of mind. We all know the best is nothing, but it's not the best idea. Now, about me giving up. It's not that I necessarily gave up. I'm just fucking disinterested. And I said this before, but I really think like I'm disinterested. Like I'm just like, like the chick that flaked on me the other day texted me today, and I'm just kind of like, like, well, what are we gonna talk? Like, you only get one time to flake. I have a one-time policy. I told you guys that a long time ago. You flake one time, is done. The only way you can redeem your flake card is if you come straight to the house. So, outside of that, dates are out the question. So, but outside of that, I mean, I've been getting. When I woke up this morning, I had like, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 chicks message me, and that's fine. But I'm not really that motivated to respond to them. Like, it's like, what's the fucking point? Oh, Austin, you might not respond, and it might just be the one. Bull fucking shit. We've been thinking that the whole time. So I think I'm just kind of like, just kind of. I'm in Texas. I'm in Dallas. Am I going to just keep wasting? I know you guys donate and et cetera, for me to do this stuff. But goddamn, I'm getting paid to do this shit, and I don't want to do it no more. This swiping shit. I did read the super chat. Yeah, I don't want to get just message them when you're bored and they will hit. Yeah, bullshit. But yeah, man, it's pretty boring. Like I went and hung out with one of my well, more than high school, like a lifelong friend I've had, and Grand Prairie today, and I showed him how to smoke cigars. He never smoked cigars. We shot pool at these girls' house that he knew. Nobody to deal with, no girls to deal with. But they had a pool table at their house, and I had a really good time doing that. I was like, when I get back to Paraguay, I'm gonna have to like join, I'm gonna have to find some activities like pool or something to do like that in the free time. This is a Mark Twain, the press, and I'm assuming they call it the press because it's a box press cigar. But I'm gonna have to find some activities to do like that in my free time because I keep stressing how Paraguay is boring. It's not shit over there. It's boring. But if you have a job and you can occupy your time with extracurricular activities, it might not be as boring. And time ago, that 4 or 5 weeks I'll be there will go by a lot faster. So, but in the meantime, man, here, like I'm glad I got all my stuff done. I even went back to Capital One today and I told them like I needed a credit card, and they're like, "Oh, you got to do that over the phone." What a bunch of losers! So I can't go in there. I got to call these motherfuckers, even though I'm in the bank. So I called them, and they're pretty much just like, "Yeah, just apply online, bitch. I could have did that without calling y'all. What do you think? I'm fucking stupid." So anyway, they're no help. Uh, I went to Bank of America about that money that they took from me in Santiago, and the people at the front were like, "Yeah, we don't know why they didn't give you your money back. Well, they did. We don't know why they took your money back." She was like, "Just put in another claim again." So basically, some shit I could have figured out on my own. So the Charles Schwab card, I guess I could do that too. I guess I could do that too. Don't really want to, but I guess I could do that. But I was telling the guy about my job. I'm like, hey, like in the past 18 months, I've been in like 21 countries and like 46. I probably done took like 50 flights. I've had like 50 flights. Like, can you please give me a credit card? And they told me to come back in a couple of days, and he would have the credit specialist or whoever it is to walk me through it. I'm like, look, at this point, y'all need to just ask me how much y'all want me to pay y'all to give me the fucking credit card, because this is bullshit. So that is the update so far. Tomorrow, yeah, they gave me the runaround. But yeah, we're gonna get back on routine tomorrow. Just meet with some people. I might live stream later on today. I mean tomorrow, whenever I do that. Uh, I see the Kendra G haters have relaxed since the night. It's funny because a lot of people came from Kendra G's show yesterday, and they literally switched sides. Like they came in with the shaming language, like they just want you for a green card. You hate yourself. You hate black women. You just a loser anyway. Shut the fuck up. But anyway, they came in here saying that, and then by the end of the thing, they're like, "Dude, he spit some real games. I like Austin. I like Austin." Austin, what's your go-to rubbers? My go-to is the skin. The skin is a general one, but if it's somebody like a girlfriend or something, I use like a lamb skin because that's almost like not using a condom. But it doesn't protect you from STDs. That's why I said a girlfriend. I'm so bored here. I'm getting bored of smoking fucking cigars. You said what's so relatable? But yeah, all that you hate yourself. Do these motherfuckers not realize they've been using them same talking points for like 10 years? Like, they don't have no new talking points. Like, that stuff is, I'm, as many times as people have came after me with those talking points, like, that shit does not happen. Fucking know-it-alls. We are also day number 10 or 15 without, day 10 or 15 without a haircut, which is unusual. You guys know I usually cut my hair every 7 days, but now I have not. We are, Dad just pulled up. What is the best international credit card to use? I don't have credit cards. I have one credit card. I have one credit card, and it's something that people recommend for a beginner. What? Yeah, I was waiting. I got her. Huh?
I ain't got nothing to say as long as you.
Ah.
That's the bankroll, the bankroll.
Yeah. Yeah, I got her about an hour ago. Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
I've been riding around, man. You don't want to know. I mean, don't make no difference.
Okay.
You got going on? Where you go?
Nothing. Just on live. Just on live. But no, I don't have any credit cards. I have two, but they're like, I don't have information to recommend credit. Like, I'm still working on that myself. I was able to build a successful YouTube channel before I was to get a credit card with a higher than a $600 limit. Boy, I love those box press cigars. Yeah, I don't know why Kendra G didn't. You should do a press tour and go on other YouTube channels. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, $600 limit is crazy. Yeah, that's nothing. Like, I basically have to I have to replace the money on my credit card on a daily basis, because for you to not go over 30%, that's only 180. No, well, I guess with $600, 30. Well, yeah, that's $180. I could be, especially being in Dallas, I could spend that in one spot. They asking me to give them credit advice. I told them I can't get a credit card. I went to the bank today, and
Pay on the credit.
I do. I've been paying on this car since 2019. I've had a credit card since 2019. Yeah, when I was living here, I had a credit card.
I'm not a credit expert. My credit sucks.
Ah.
My all bills paid. Yeah, that's all the cigarette companies. They give you credit.
They should.
You a smokeaholic?
I'm only smoking this much because I'm bored. I was playing pool today. That was a good way to fill in time.
She brought you some Paraguays.
Yeah, should have. We should do that. We should go play pool.
Right now?
I guess.
No, I just gotta work. Boy, I'm tired. What the fuck you talking about? The fuck am I gonna play pool right now?
Or whenever.
Yeah, when I ain't working. Maybe tomorrow be good.
Okay.
Tired right now.
Somebody said you need to pull your credit report. I would have never thought of
I'm about to
that.
have a fucking fit. A mental breakdown right now.
What?
What? Work.
Oh.
Get your own business, what you got.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get some more employees. You'll see why.
Oh, I know about that. It's like
Squirts.
it's like raising kids.
I'm going to lay down. I'm tired. Well, I had enough for the day. My day is over.
Really?
Yes. Really. Sick him, boy. Sick him. Get it, boy. Get
back.
Get that nigga.
Get back.
Get it. Get it. Bite. Get that YouTube.
Yeah, I thought about that earlier, Anonymous. Pick up my brother, and we all go hang out somewhere. I'm getting tired of smoking cigars.
I got leftover golden chicken inside the truck.
This ain't Chick-fil-A.
This was lunch earlier. Chick-fil-A.
Go online and request an increase. I did that. I've been doing that for like 5 years. Every year I request an increase with Capital One. They increased me one time. I put one in a couple weeks ago, but then like we need to verify your identity, so I have to wait until my new license comes in, and then somehow they'll be able to verify that. I'll be in there in a minute.
I don't care. I'll be asleep by the time you get in there.
Watching Kendra and black women go so hard to shame black men publicly. Yes. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I've like there's not too much. I've been saying credit unions they care about you. I tried a credit union. I tried audit. There's no new advice. There's no new advice. Like I tried one in the area, a local one is Resource One. I had somebody in 2019 tell me they're like, "Oh, let's go with Resource One. Like they gonna help you." They didn't help shit. So
You tell all your people out there that's trying to figure out life, fuck it. Go rob a bank.
uh,
Only two things that happen. You get away with it or you die.
yeah.
That's both your problems.
Good luck.
No, there's no luck. Live or die.
Your
Who can
credit
be in your
profile is
life?
small. You only have a car and a small limit card. Actually, I have a Nebraska Furniture Mart card I've been having since 2020. A Capital One car since 2019. A car since 2019.
What the?
Uh, I financed what I financed something. I had financed something for like 6 months. I think I did that twice, so I have some history. Either way it goes, 5 years of paying a car. I mean, shit. How many more years do you need to do? 10. So, but this is why I don't talk about my credit because there's no solution. Because I've tried all that. I have my older brother. His mother was in the military, so she was able to get him Navy Fed, and I was gonna try to see if they could sign me up too. But honestly, I ain't got enough time for that shit now. Get a signature loan. I heard that one before. I ain't tripping. I ain't did shit. Fine. Did you not hear me say? Did you not hear me say I had two credit cards? Did you not hear me say that? Yeah, business credit is good, but I can't get that either. Like personal credit is already difficult. Like sometimes I can get approved for bullshit, but business credit I have never got approved for nothing, like at all. Yeah, man, they're gonna be talking about that Kendra G shit. Sounds like you need your ID so they can verify you. I've got a credit card. I said that I have two. They just ain't shit. My parents don't have credit. I ain't got nobody in my family that can help me. He said you too young to be talking about giving up. I ain't giving up on life. That shit ain't gonna never happen. I'm talking about I'm giving up on this Dallas shit. It's not worth the energy. Like I think I already proved my point. I have an LLC. I already have an LLC. I'm gonna just be saying you acting slow. This nigga don't never have no answers. He just say I'm getting on his nerves. Yeah, if you move to Dallas, somebody wrote me on Twitter and they said Dallas is just a business hub. Like there's no culture. When he said that, I've always thought that, but to hear somebody else say it was like, yeah, I knew I wasn't tripping. This is just a place you come work for a year or two, get up on your feet, get it going, and then go somewhere else where you could really enjoy some shit. What am I acting slow about? You just said you can get Navy Federal, but it's too much work. How the hell is that acting slow? What like when somebody's acting slow, that means they're stupid. They don't understand. I just said that shit too much work. Cause then I gotta call him and ask him. That shit ain't as simple as people making it seem. Otherwise, I'd have been did it. Yeah, Dallas is like Paraguay, boring. But the difference is at least in Paraguay, you can get, the culture is um, decent. Yeah, Dr. Durden, I love your secure card advice. But remember, I told you they denied me for secure cards. I got denied for a Discover secure card back in August. Not unsecured, secured. Meaning that they did not trust me with my own money. I mean, I say come visit Dallas, but you'll see in a week, like this is not a place where you come to kick it. Like this is literally just what it's for, which is come it's a great place to raise a family or to work, but to come kick it, no. Leave that to New Orleans, LA, Miami, leave that to those places. This shit too spread out, and it makes it even worse when the people don't. It's spread out, and then when you do find people, they ain't trying to talk. Waste of time. You need to start using your credit card more and paying it off. I would have never thought of that. I would have never thought you're supposed to use a credit card when you get it. I'm glad you told me that. Yeah, we in the suburbs right now. The suburbs ain't shit either. I mean, I nobody had to tell me to use a credit card. Like when I got my first credit card, I was always using it. Yeah, there is no hope with the credit. All we got to do is continue to pay. I guess I just All I can do is make it where there's absolutely nothing on there, which means I just need to finish paying this car off, get my student loans paid off, which is not gonna take no time. I just haven't started. Actually, I'm gonna start that probably in May. Uh, but they haven't, you know. But get my student loans paid off, and then after that, then I'll be like, okay, there must not be no hope. Yeah, you're right. If I got the right amount of game, I could fix my credit. But the reason I kind of am like, there's no hope, is because like the advice that you guys are giving me, I've gotten before. I don't know what my score is. It's six something though. But even when my score was like seven something, it was like 730 or something like that at one point. I was still getting denied for shit. Anonymous. There's no new advice you can give me. No new advice. I've worked with two credit repair companies. That shit didn't make a difference. You know what, Anonymous? I don't think I would have ever thought of that. To get a credit repair agency. Genius. I ain't got no evictions or repos on my credit. It's the only car I didn't had on credit. And I ain't never been evicted because I only had that one apartment. I don't owe much in student loans. Like I owe like you gotta remember I dropped out. I only owe like 10 grand or some shit like that. Like I could pay my student loans off in a year if I really tried. She just put your clip up, but I saw her from going on Kevin Samuel's show, Clout Chasing, so she had some nerve. Thank you, Nost- Nostalgic Sounds, for the $5 super chat. Who do you bank with for your LLC? Do you like them? No, I don't. Um, Crown of Enlightenment, Bank of America. I know something about credit to have a score that high. I'm not saying you don't know nothing about credit. It's just I'm just being sarcastic because you said go with a credit repair agency. That was the first thing I did. That was the first thing I did. Dr. Dirt and I go look for the fintech stuff you're talking about. I didn't see that. Ankle monitor gonna get you right. Yeah, she says she does fix credit. Maybe I should let a little ankle monitor get me. That's what y'all call it, ankle monitor. But I mean, I'll work on my credit in the meantime. But right now, I'm still trying to get my real money right. My real money, like my real income. I need to make more income before I start stressing about some shit that's gonna you gonna do something. It takes 6 months to have an effect. That's another reason I don't like credit. I could pay for something to boost my credit. It's April. I won't be able to reap the benefits until fucking October. Of course, some stuff is worth waiting on. I mean, not that, but uh, I mean, I really ain't got nothing to spend it on besides a credit card. He said that's why you only make huge purchases once every blue moon. Bullshit. Yeah, I got my other streams of income. I just need to give them time to actually start working the way. That's what I'm saying by getting my real money right. Like I still haven't maximized YouTube. I haven't maximized my income. Did my cards have high utilization rates? No. Ain't shit to utilize. What the fuck is $300 and $600? That ain't shit. I could blow that at a cigar lounge. That's why when they gave me that, I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do with $300? I did not appreciate that. Have you asked Floyd for financial advice? I don't think Floyd is in the credit. How did Kendra G troll me? No, not a 300. I said $300. $300, 300 credit limit and $300 don't even sound alike. Like you couldn't confuse those. Somebody said $300 limits when you're just starting out. Bullshit. My ex first credit card was $1,500. Bullshit. That's all they gave me was 300. You have to use the credit card a lot and pay it off. I already said this. I've been having that credit card since 2020. 2020. I've been having that credit card. Eventually, I just stopped using it. Like by the time 2022 came around, I think I just said, "Fuck it, this shit ain't even doing nothing." You ask for a raise every 6 months, they don't give it to you. So I just stopped using it. But I kept a bill on there. So for 2 years, it's been on auto pay, whereas every month it's some sort of activity on the card. But if they gave me I would be satisfied with like a 5,000. I don't need a 15,000. I don't need a 20, which I would like those, yes. But I would never talk about credit again if they gave me a $5,000 limit. Like I need something I can buy my flights and Airbnbs a month in advance with. That type of credit card. Can't do that shit with a silly ass $600. Shit don't even pay for the flight. Shit is an insult. I know you offering advice. I'm just saying I've heard it. I appreciate the advice. It's just I've heard it all. None of it's worked. Now the stuff Dr. Durden has sent me, I haven't tried that. I seen he put in Discord. I haven't tried that stuff yet. Cause that credit shit stresses me out. He said you'll build up to that. Just be patient. Yeah, man. I just got my physical Capital One card because my mom had it this whole time. Cause I had to order a new one, and they shipped it to her address. And I was like, I'll be back. That was probably like 4 months ago or something like that. So I came back and I got it. I've been using it every day now for everything. Um, then again, like we're talking 6 months from now. Like we're talking like this shit is not even gonna be. It's been 4 years and I still won't get that raise. But I told them I re-verify even though I just verified my identity in Capital One today, I'll re-verify it again on Monday, um, so they can finish with the raise the raise, whatever it is, the process they got to go through. And if they don't, then I got to wait until fucking October to do it again. I'm not into crypto, but I do buy crypto. You are in dire need of game. Pay weekly, pay a small amount. I pay daily on my credit cards because I ain't got shit. I ain't got shit on credit, so I gotta pay daily. When you got a $600 limit and the 30% is 180, if and you're in the United States, you gotta pay daily. Now, when I get back to Latin America, maybe I could pay once a week because take $180 goes a lot further in in those countries. But um, here, that's a fucking joke. Should have just gave me a damn Elmo toy instead. I hate Capital One. I stopped doing business with them years ago. That's really the only ones that are helping me out. I don't like this cigar. This shit got like pepper in it or something. It's got every time I hit it, it's like in my throat, it's making my throat like that itch. Not an itch, but it's just like you can feel it. You're a button away from increasing your credit report by at least 2,000. Credit limit by 2,000 for free by my advice on Discord. Do I monitor my credit? I would hope so. I would hope I don't get online and complain about credit without checking it. I check it 2 or 3 times a week. Shit, sometimes I check it daily just to see if anything happened. Yes, Albania is a place that's always been on my map. Floyd and I were gonna go when we were in Poland, but where were we at? Poland or Romania? I think we were in Poland. We were gonna go to Albania, but we were like skeptical because the flights were, and it was warmer in Albania, but the flights were so cheap. We were like, man, something ain't right. It was like an $18 one-way flight to Albania. And like, something ain't right about that. Like, and it wasn't just cheap airlines. Like, all the airlines were like less than $30. Couldn't believe it. Where's Prague? Prague. He said I'm in Prague. Where is that at? No, checking your credit does not lower your score. If you use Experian or Credit Karma, it doesn't lower your score. That's like an old school thing, I think. But yeah, I've been having a $600 limit on that lousy ass Capital. The most expensive credit card I got is with Nebraska Furniture Mart, and they gave me an $800 limit, which is something I could do with, right? Like you guys see me walk into Nebraska Furniture Mart, and I spend like 260 or whatever, 245, whatever, 250 to get that um that hotspot device. And that was great. It was like, okay, that I can do something with it. That's $800 is not a lot, but it's better than 3 and 600. Shit. He said $600 will last a day in Bali. Keep going to poor countries. Yeah, but I thought Bali was like one of the cheapest places from what I've heard. Those black women can roast me. Let me look at this clip. I seen the clip, but let me look at the comments, see what they saying. A chick on Hinge texted me this morning like, Good morning, handsome. I didn't even respond to that shit. I ain't got time to bullshit no more. A bitch will say good morning, handsome, and then not respond when you respond back. The Wi-Fi is bad. This is the face of the passport, bros. For those who don't know, here's what they need to know. Um, Here's what they need to know. She can cross out my name. Like motherfuckers know who I am. Like that's not, even if she was to not tag me, if another YouTuber picks up the video, see, this is why women shouldn't be in charge of anything. See, if another YouTuber picks up the video, they're gonna know who I am. Like MTR could pick that video up, and he knows who I am. He's done videos on me before. You know, like Melanie King could pick that. She knows who I am. She was one like crossing. That's the equivalent to putting Kevin Samuels on a video and thinking because you cross his name out, like nobody is like he's not gonna get traction. Motherfuckers know who he is. People know who I am. I don't know why they mad though. They're mad because I said I want a respectable black woman, but they're gaslighting and saying he said black women aren't respectful. No, you said that, motherfucker, not me. I didn't say that. No, my video's not a reaction. I'm just reposting it. I'll probably do a reaction whenever I get back to Paraguay. He has way too much confidence. He definitely will look back on this a couple years and cringe. Uh, what did I tell you about America? Any form of confidence as a man is bad. One thing I always loved about you, Austin, was you mean what you say and don't give a fuck about what people think. I hope I meet you one day. Thank you, Rain, for the $5 super chat. Yes, I don't. Yeah, I always mean what I say, and I'm gonna say it again. Afro Latinas and Africans got Black American women beat on all fronts. What are the fronts? Let's talk about physical. We don't even have to talk about that. Let's just say physical. They got them beat on that. We could talk about personality. We really ain't got to say nothing about that. I mean, we don't have to say nothing. I could just name off the points, and we don't have to say nothing. What's another point? Hygiene. You know, we've been claimed that. Now, we could say loyalty. Depends on Latin America though, because in Latin America, loyalty is pretty much a fucking joke. But in Africa, is more likely. But family structure, they definitely got them beat on that. Africa and Latin America has way better family structure. And I know Colombia has like one of the highest rates of single mothers, but Colombia is not the only country in Latin America. You guys got to remember too that there's countries in Latin America pretty much all black. For example, we're not Haiti doesn't really count because nobody's really gonna go there. Haiti, Jamaica, Panama has a shit ton of black people. Colombia, Brazil, Uruguay, uh, Chile has them, but I think most of them are immigrants from other parts of Latin America. Peru has them. Bolivia has them. And if the three countries in the Northeast, like Guyana, French Guyana, and Suriname, those are pretty black countries, you know? So, Guyana, the one that speaks English, right? They are pretty black. And my thing is this: if she's like, don't build your channel off of my shit, why would you review my shit? This is why I said women shouldn't be in charge of nothing. They make too many mistakes. Uh, Cause I mean, if I don't want somebody to get famous, the minute Austin Holloman got on the panel, I would have just booted him off. There would have been nothing to review. He would have just got booted off. You know? So what the fuck are we talking about? I do not like this cigar. We went on her show just for the entertainment, man. I mean, I was looking for some interaction with an American woman. That's what we've been doing the whole time. Well, besides me doing my paperwork, that's what we've been doing the whole time in America is trying to interact. And then you go on a show made for interacting and you set some standards and you get kicked off the show. Hell, she need to use me for content. Her views ain't how they. Let me look at her views because her live viewers definitely ain't fucking with mine. If we want to talk about somebody using somebody for content, what the fuck? Yeah, she has similar views on her videos. Have similar views to mine, and she has like triple my fucking subscriber count. Who the fuck? How does she using me? Her views are pretty high, to be honest. Well, I just looked at her page one day ago. 12,000 views. Like my videos do 12,000 views or more in a day. Like that's not high. For somebody that has 235, that's not high. You went on a Pop the Balloon show. No, I never heard it until yesterday. Andrew J.M., thank you for the $2 super chat for making me fantasize about Kenyan women. Po Boy Trucker, thank you for the $5 super chat. Somebody in the chat in Discord put they put something in I think it was the main channel, and they said that the women in East Africa will fuck you like their life depends on it. When I saw that, I had so many flashbacks. And I said, God damn, they're telling the truth. they're telling the truth. Like I talked about this girl on Patreon, but I don't think I went into detail about the sex or nothing like that. But I just talked about it was the girl that I hung out with, and we went to two spots together. I got her off Instagram on my Instagram funnel. I met her on Instagram. I didn't meet her in person, and we hung out. She came back to the crib. She was cool as fuck. I really liked her. We fell out on bad terms on her side. Like I'm not salty about nothing. She's salty because she tried to run some game on me, and I wasn't going for it. But man, when we got back to the crib, she put it on me so damn good, I couldn't even remember all of the sex. I couldn't even remember. I like it was so good. I literally said to myself in my head, like, let me look into her a little more. Like, let me see what she's about because I ain't came across this too often. And if her personality match everything, I might just got everything else plus this. We gonna go ahead and tie the knot. So, but the thing is, she before I kind of like I never told her like, hey, I want you to be my girl. I was open to inviting her out again to to get to know her. Like it was gonna be more like let me kind of focus on this one a little more. But she beat me to it, right? And she was like, she kind of wanted me to herself. She wanted, she wanted to spend time with me, right? And I was already thinking this. I was like, oh yeah, cool. We can go back out again sometime later this week. I was like, what you doing Thursday? I believe it was a Thursday. What are you doing Thursday? Oh yeah, we could do that, but I might be we could hang out. Might be a little busy because I was like, yeah, I'm about to go to Zambia for 10 days and then I'll be back. But I want to see you before I leave. And she was like, I want to see you before I leave. I mean, I told her I want to see you before I leave, and she would only call at 11 o'clock at night. She would text one or two texts throughout the day. I would call around 2, 3 o'clock. She wouldn't return the call till about 11 o'clock. And then it was okay because she had some really good conversations. I was like, okay, I give her a little pass. That was a good phone call. Then she went like 2 days. Like let's say it was a Thursday. I didn't hear from her again until that Saturday. But when I didn't hear from her that Friday, I had already wrote her off. Like I was like, I'll smash her again. But like that being serious shit, she already fucking up too early for that. Like you can't miss days. Like no, that's not how you become serious by missing days. So I went ahead. I hung out with Crystal. I took Crystal on a date, and I put it on Instagram and YouTube. And then some other Kenyan put it on Twitter, and the shit had like 1 million views or some shit like that. So it went viral on Twitter in Kenya. So of course she saw, and she texted me like, "I knew the rumors about you were true. You still doing this, that, and that behind my back, or whatever the hell she said." I'm like, behind your back? You went damn near 48 hours without talking to me. I'm not dry in Kenya. Like I got options, and the minute you go a day, you don't get thrown off the roster, but you go down to the bottom. So it's like you're texting me talking about behind your back. And then she was like, I regret letting you in my life. And I'm like, what the fuck did I do? We ain't even had no, we ain't even been on no second date. What are you talking about? So and bring my fucking house slippers back. Do that, cause she took my house slippers. So I'm like, what? And so I was telling people that I knew, like they was like, oh, she probably got a boyfriend. Maybe, I don't know, but your strategy is fucked. You know, if you wanted to actually buckle me down, there's other Kenyan chicks that I wasn't considering like wifing up or nothing like that that was doing those things. I just wasn't interested in them on that level. And then here you say you want that, and I consider it, then you go a whole day without talking to me. It's not how it works. So, anyway, like the first Kenyan chick I was dating, she really wanted to be serious with me. She was posting me all on her social media, cleaning up my apartment, and I would have taken her serious. I don't think she still had to have a background check because she was outside a lot. And I'm like, I don't want this to be one of those chicks I start taking serious and then I find out there was a hoe. So I was kind of like, I don't think so. We can still kick it and all that, but like we need some more vetting time. Like we need a date for a little bit first. They got a. I will say in Kenya they do have a game they play over there. They have a game they play. All of them. I can't really recall one chick that didn't have something that they were doing that they were trying to get. They just could never get me with it, but it was always something. Just like I told y'all on Patreon, that one chick that was like, because I wouldn't give her no money. She's like, see, you black American niggas never pay. You never want to pay nobody. And I'm like, is this a fucking prostitute or something? But she wanted me to just give her a gift. And I'm like, I don't even fucking know you like that. What city in Brazil do you recommend for a black American from Houston for social and fun experience? Salvador, because Salvador is black, just like Houston. It's more black people in Salvador though. But yeah, she's like, yeah, you niggas, you black American niggas don't never pay, uh, which was odd, because again, I'm like, are you an escort or something? Like, what do you not hear how that sounded? Yeah, that was in Kenya. So yes, African women, big finesse, all them money hungry. They're more often than not. They in Africa, they. But the thing is, I don't mind them playing their little game, right? Because the way how they treat you, you'll damn near fall for it. Like they could have a ultimate goal, but the way how they gonna be talking to you, the way how they gonna wanna just they do everything right. Let's say that they'll do I mean sex, everything will be amazing, but it won't take long for that card to show. If you found the most perfect American, could you settle down? Please speak realistically. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But yeah, again, hey, isn't that when I was in Africa, damn near every chick was putting it on me crazy. Crazy. Like A plus, all of them. If it was 100 of them, which it wasn't that many, but I'm saying if it was 100 of them, we'll say about 90 of them did A plus. That's their grade is an A plus. You take them out to eat, they laughing and kissing you and touching upon you and complimenting you. Be like, God damn. The entire 4 months I was in Kenya, I only had one chick get me with that okey doke shit. Where we went out, hung out to eat. Her, my homeboy, and her homegirl, and she was laughing and shit. She's like, "Yeah, I go back to the house with you." We get back to the house, and she's like, "I changed my mind." I said, "This girl got me for a free meal and some drinks." That only happened one time. That whole time I was in Kenya, though. They don't do that. If you take them out and they go back to the house with you, they're smashing. Like that's they don't usually play like that. But that one chick did do that. Now you come to Dallas, almost every chick will do you like that. Almost every chick is gonna free meal your ass. Like my dad was saying, he said when they were in Atlanta and there'd be chicks just hanging out at the bar waiting on a dude to buy a drink. They they're like that here. They gonna wait for you to buy a drink and give your ass a pat on the back and tell you good night. I don't even know who the hell Miles Cunningham is. I don't know Americans. Like when I was in Africa and they would be like, "Do you listen to this person?" I'd be like, "Who is that?" You don't know him? He's from the United States. I don't know motherfuckers in the United States. I don't. I really don't. So when y'all bring up these American um when y'all bring up these American oh, I forgot I do have a punch cut on my cigar lighter. I could have been using this. Whenever they bring up these like I don't know. He said I'm in Houston, depends on where you live. Well, by the way, Houston's not in Dallas. I said Dallas. Anyway, American women treat their pets better than men. Yeah. Yeah, I mean I know some YouTubers. Like I know the ones that everybody knows on YouTube that was in the red pill space. I know them because I was in the red pill space when I first started. Once I left the states, I stopped watching all that shit. I stopped watching all that shit. Like when I was with Kings and Dreams, and he had me on the panel with Mr. Lucario and them a couple months ago. I didn't know who them motherfuckers was except for Mr. Lucario. I do not know Americans. I do not know Americans. There was no point in me watching Red Pill. I don't see how dudes live abroad and watch that Red Pill shit. Like that shit would kill my entire experience. Like when I watch Austin Dunham, not Austin Dunham, but when I watch Fit and Fearless and other dudes' content like that, where they talk about how tough it is to date in America and how you gotta basically be a fucking god, that shit would depress me. I'm like, man, that's not what the hell I'm seeing over here. Like I feel bad for those motherfuckers in the states. That's what I used to say to myself. Mm-mm. I was just watching a Fit and Fearless clip, and because you guys know how I used to always say, dudes say, focus on your purpose. You'll be miserable if you only focus on your purpose. And they was like, no, youngster, you supposed to have balance. I was like, I'm telling you, I know for a fact, these dating coaches pretty much only say focus on your purpose. Like they literally say, why you going to hang out at clubs and bars? Go back to work. No. Like you should have fun sometimes. So I was watching a Fit and Fearless clip a minute ago. I put it in my group chat, and he literally said you shouldn't be watching the football game. You should be working so you can be in the stands. Which, if that's what you want, yes, that's true. You should be working on yourself to afford the not the stands, the suites, the boxes, wherever that shit called. I don't give a fuck what it is. But you should be able to afford that. If that's what you want. But to tell somebody that they can't even watch the game until they can afford to be in the box, again, I tried that lifestyle. I tried. I tried only working. That shit made me a damn maniac, and it made me it actually got me off focus because I didn't have a balance. Tell dudes you should not have more fun than work, but still have fun. That's the right message. That's what they should be. You should have more work than fun. Yes. If you're a barber, don't cut hair 30 days a month. Try cutting hair, I don't give a damn, 26 days. At least give yourself a day a week. Shit. Marty W said that nigga really said if you aren't making $1,000. No, he said if you aren't making $1,000 a day, you're not a man. That's what he said. Which, hey, I'm all for making $1,000 a day. I like it. I love that. But do I think that you are not masculine because you don't make $1,000? Like that's. I'm starting to think sometimes he says it for the soundbite. Like what he's saying is good advice, but I think the way how he words it is a soundbite to get people to share that shit. Yeah, Marty W. That's 365,000 days. I mean, $365,000 a year. Everybody can't do that, but because everybody can't do that doesn't mean that they're not a man. But again, when I was younger, I was really taking it that when people was giving out advice like that on YouTube, I used to actually take that shit to heart. Like, Grant Cardone or Patrick Bet Davis said they work 80 hours, 100 hours a week. Yeah, don't do that shit forever, bro. That shit should be done in cycles. Like, you have to, bro, we're fucking humans. Like, you still have to allow your brain to enjoy some other shit. Because I remember when I was a barber and I used to work 100 hours a week and shit like that. I found myself having to, when I did have time off, I would be at the house and I would have to get drunk to actually unwind. Like I couldn't have a glass. I'd have two or three glasses or more. 3 glasses or more of alcohol to actually unwind. Cause I was fucking overworking myself. Which is okay. It's okay to overwork yourself. but not every fucking day of the year is what people need to say. If it's 365 days in a year, work the 12-hour shifts, I don't know, 270 days out of the year. If your purpose doesn't grow with, what's 12 times 270? If you can't see no progress in your damn business or whatever your purpose is, if you can't see that in 3,240 hours of work, then yeah, the shit ain't gonna never work for you. Yeah. Cause what that's another thing that fucks up young men, right? Cause you got Fit and Fearless. He's like the ideal guy for most women. Fit, got his money right, status. But when you give out advice, because basically the advice he's giving out is, if you aren't at the very top like me, you ain't shit. So when a 19-year-old is watching this, he's how the hell can he build confidence approaching women when you pretty much telling him he ain't shit? Like that's not how they you need to build your confidence, I'm not gonna build my confidence cutting fucking hair. I'm not. The only way I'm gonna build my confidence with women is taking time off and going to interact with women. That's the only way you can build confidence with women is by fucking interacting with them. But here's the thing, Marty. You said men in their 20s prioritize drinking and partying too much. That wasn't me. And that advice that I was hearing was still toxic to my mind. I wasn't partying, and first of all, you can't party and drink that. The times I did try to get out and party and drink in Dallas, it was a waste of fucking time. So I didn't really have that option because I would work, work, work. I would get invited to this or go hang out at this place. And I'm like, why the fuck did I come here? Nobody's even like wanting to socialize. Why am I here? Let me go back to work. So listening to them, I'm thinking I'm doing, oh yeah, yeah, no, no. See, everything happens for a reason. God don't want me to hang out. Man, God did not say that. Working 80 hours a week is not healthy and probably what took Kevin Samuels out. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Yeah, you got to think about it. Kevin Samuels used to work a lot, and he used to drink 2, 3 Red Bulls a show. Overworking and overindulging in caffeine, and that's all he drank on the show. If you guys know energy drinks, that's why people are like, oh, they plan to take Kevin Samuels out. I don't think so, because if you guys drink energy drinks, when you wake up in the morning, you get addicted to them. Like he was drinking 2 energy drinks a day. From what I was seeing, that's all I could see. So if he's drinking 2 of those a day, he's definitely addicted. Like he when he wakes up in the morning, his mind is not fully awake until he gets one of those. So who's to say that he didn't have that before the show, then two during the show, and then he's always working anyway. Like his body's never really getting a break, and then you're drinking an energy drink, which is known to be shit for your body, twice a day, from what we can see. That's why when he passed away, that was the first thing I thought about. Was it must have been those Red Bulls. It must have been, oh, his body was just tired, and he wasn't 25. He wasn't my age. He wasn't 24, 25. So He was in his 50s. Motherfuckers in their 50s can't do what I do. Like like Durden was just saying, a dude in his 20s. See, when you're my age, you can get drunk and do all these other things to your body. But the older you get, that shit starts to hit harder. So that being said, you can't. It made more sense that could he have been assassinated? I don't know, but it made sense with the whole Red Bull thing. Like that was really my assumption. Yeah, Kevin Samuels could have drunk that mate that I was drinking in Uruguay. If he would have had those, he would have had the same result. No health issues. Mate is, from my understanding, is more man-made. I mean, not man-made. It's more natural than man-made. And it wasn't no damn vaccine. T. Dot the troll. You still shouldn't abuse your body in your 20s. Yeah, nobody said you should. Who the hell in their right mind would tell you to abuse your body? I told you guys I only drink two things: water and alcohol. So if I'm not drinking alcohol, I only hydrate myself. I always stay hella hydrated. That's why y'all see me pee so much. Live your life if you're gonna die from something. Absolutely. But you smoke too, and I still running that damn. I've been smoking every day for a year, and I can run faster on a treadmill now than before. Motherfuckers with bad lungs can't run faster a year later. I always bring up the example when I was in high school. You knew when kids were smoking weed that was on the football team because they couldn't perform the same. I don't drink sodas. I might drink like a shake every now and then. When I got to Tanzania and I was like, oh, let me get one of these strawberry milkshakes. I drank that milkshake in like 10 seconds. And Elvis was like, yeah, it's not the same like the States. Like, it's pretty much just flavored milk. Well, guess what? If I notice that the cigars start to add up on me, I'll stop. But I'm not seeing them add up on me at all, like at all. If you go smoke a cigarette, a month later, you'll notice a difference in your performance. Same with weed, because you inhale those. Those actually go into your lungs. How many times we got to have this debate? You're right about that, Dr. Durden. It's been plenty of times I went out in South America and I actually did a video on that when I first got to Brazil. I was on antibiotics when I first got to Brazil, when I first moved there to Salvador. And I was telling Fred, like, bro, I haven't even drank and I'm enjoying myself at this public event. If I was in the States, well, the States ain't the same. If I was in Dallas, the people are so antisocial, I would feel like something was wrong with me. So I'd be like, let me get a drink to loosen up so I can have some more fun. Before I know it, I'm drunk. Before I know it, I'm drunk. When I go out in Uruguay, Paraguay, fucking Chile, you don't need to drink. Now I do drink because I want to, but I ain't got to get drunk. I can literally have, if I'm gonna drink, I can have one drink, maybe two, and have the same experience. As I actually don't prefer to get drunk when I'm out in Latin America. Not for safety reasons, just because I want to be able to actually truly live in that moment. So I will drink less. Because if I'm getting a lot of attention from women, I don't drink usually. Like if I'm getting a lot of action, I won't drink because I feel like my energy is perfect right now. I don't really want to interrupt it. See, in Dallas, yeah, I never said that. I started drinking. Yes, black and milds are better than cigarettes, but they're not the best. Again, I've always said this: cigars are the best form of tobacco you can smoke. It's not pipe tobacco. It's not cigarettes. It's not black. Like the best tobacco you can smoke is pure tobacco, which is cigars. Yeah, you never gotten into smoking or drinking. That's good. You saving a lot of money. But when I'm bored like this, at least this shit give me something to do. At least I mean, besides talking to y'all, at least the cigars give me something to do. You know. But somebody asked what cigar is. A Mark Twain box press. Mark Twain, the old guy from the, what was he, from the 17 or 1800s, whoever he was. We learned about him in school. It was an alias name. The Pisces fucked up Floyd's haircut. Really, I haven't seen it yet. Price of cigars versus other countries. I would rather buy cigars in the United States than anywhere else in the world. The prices country to country are too inconsistent. Like you can buy a My Father cigar in Paraguay for $8. You go to Chile, either they don't have it, or if they do have it, that is taxed 3 times the price. Bangkok, 3 times the price. Shit, probably four over there. I mean, they had ridiculous price. They made you consider it not smoking. Like if I wanted to really quit cigars, I'd move to Thailand, cause it's gonna be too expensive. It's gonna be like there's no, my mind won't even let me buy this when I know that this shit is marked up 4 times. Um, but in Kenya, they had the same prices as the United States. They just didn't have as big of a selection. But United States has everything for a reasonable price. Like in Peru, they had cigars, but they were for the most part shitty. Or they had Cubans, which I don't like to buy those either because those usually have a super high import tax, and then they don't never feel like they're worth the money. You spend $50 on a damn cigar. Like, no, I'll stop smoking before I pay that. When are you going to Ethiopia or the DR? Probably the most attractive black women on the planet, and you haven't been there yet. Probably the most attractive black women on the planet. I know that about the DR. Trust me, I know that about them. They are very, very attractive black women. It's a reason why DR is fucked up. That's why when they try to say, "Oh, we hate black women," Look at the DR. Like they got a lot of black chicks down there, and they trust me, them dudes is not leaving them behind. Brazil is full of black women. That's not an uncommon place for dudes to frequent. You know, there's plenty of black women in Colombia. Cartagena, plenty of blacks there. That is not uncommon for us. So it's not that we hate black women. We just can't deal with the black women that we got. I mean, naturally, most black men are gonna be more attracted to black women because it's somebody that looks like them. I don't think there's a huge number of black men that hate black women like that. I don't really believe that. Damn, she let her infant starve to death. I hate hearing stories like that. But yeah, the problem is we don't hate black women. We just can't deal with the ones over here. Y'all saw how Kendra G talked to me yesterday. Yeah, y'all saw how she was mad at me before I got on the damn show. She said, "Take your camera and show the entire room." I have never heard that shit, and I had to show the room 2 or 3 times. It's only one Austin Holloman. There's no other. Who the hell else would they have been? Somebody just donated and said, "Let Austin Holloman up." She got $100 from my subscriber, and then she gives me shit when it's time for me to come up. Let me tell you something. If somebody could put my worst critic in the back room and say, "Let him up for $100," as long as as I'm gonna make sure he on camera, he not naked or no shit like that, but to protect my channel. But he going for $100, he coming on the channel. Cause if somebody was willing to donate $100, if we get a controversial show going, it's enough super chats coming. That's how I would have looked at it. Oh, somebody would pay $100 for Austin to come up. He must have a strong support. But this ain't Austin's show, so if they super chat, I'm getting the super chats. And this is why men run the world, because we think the right way. We think about that. We think about that kind of stuff. Women don't think like that. I appreciate this suave prince. Yeah, she thought I was trying to steal her views. I don't need views. All I gotta do is let's go approach women in Dallas. We got 1,100 people watching the fucking video at one time. There wasn't 1,100 people watching her shit. Yeah, longer conversation would have drove up engagement. Women don't think about that kind of stuff though. Women move off of emotion. I would have been very logical like a man is always, and I'd have been like, oh, let me go back and forth with Austin, get a heated debate, and people gonna see. He said she had 5,000 people on that live last night, not at one time. I'm talking about if you would have looked at the top of the screen and it said how many people are watching, it did not say no 5,000. Probably 5,000 in total, but not at one time. But yeah, no. I would have got a heated debate and I would have let the chat go hard because the faster the chat is moving, the more likely people are to donate super chats because they know that the creator is not going to be able to read the chat as fast. So people know if I super chat, she won't miss this. That's how she should have thought about it, but she didn't do that. She's more popular. She's a actual journalist that worked on the radio. I'm glad she had a 9 to 5. Yeah, they was donating the snitch. But yeah, hopefully next time. Cause she could have man, if God put me in that position, why don't my critics call into my channel? Like I'm not a critic of hers. I don't ever talk about her. But technically at that moment I was. I was coming on there to basically give her some backlash without even trying to. They just didn't like what I said. But I would have easily made $1,000 off that live if I was her. After Austin got on. That's not even including what she would have got before. I would have made $1,000 after. But what did she do? She ended the live. Give me that channel. Give me the Kendra G show. Give me that channel. I'll show you how to run it. I got her supporters over here watching my shit today. $1,000 ain't nothing to her if she ended the live. Shit, $1,000 is $1,000. $1,000 is I don't give a damn how much money you making. $1,000 is $1,000. What's that dude name that used to critique me a lot? The Business. When he goes live, it always says it's like 1,800 or 2,000 people watching. If he tried to join my live, I would let him up in a heartbeat to critique me because I know I'm about to win. He's on my shit. I'm about to win. You can come up here and call me as many names as you want and have as many I got your moments as you think you got when you really never got me. I'm about to win. Women can't see outside of their own motivation. Her supporting you goes against her viewers. Yeah, thank you for the $10 super chat, but I'm about to win. But that just goes to show you, even if you go on their show calm, or on their platforms, I should say calm, they ain't trying to listen. That's why. That's what I said when I first came out. This red pill shit is all entertainment. There's no solution, none of that. There's no solution or none of that. It's literally just people online just complaining about the dating market. Like nobody pull up on Social Blade. Was Social Blade talking about me too? There's nobody online doing shit like what the Passport Bros, like what One Master Teacher, what Zoom to Thailand is doing, like, or what I'm doing. Like, there's nobody saying like, "Hey, we get the issue, but uh, come over here, try this." There's nobody doing that. No, I haven't heard from any other. I mean, I've had people DMing me on Instagram about it, but no. Social Blade shows her numbers and how big her show really is. How big is it? Oh, Social Blade. Okay, that's a thing. I never heard of Social Blade. So Kendra G has 68 million. I heard that she looked up my channel after that too. 68 million views since 2010. Mine has 24 million views since I started 2 years. What was it? 2 years ago. 2 years? 2 years ago. So in that case, I don't know if she actually started in 2010. Maybe she didn't start until 5 years ago. You know, I never. I've heard of people talk about something like Social Blade where you could look up their revenue and all that stuff, but that shit don't be accurate because it said that I was making $2,000 a month off YouTube. No, at one point it said I was making 600. I'm like, yeah, this shit is bullshit. I don't know if that was Social Blade though. It could have been a viral episode, but she didn't let it play. Man, she could have really got some traction, man. We both would have. We both. That's the thing. We both would have won. Yeah, like the thing about the revenue on Social Blade is too far off. Like it says 763 to 12,000. Like we don't actually know that, but I'm not worried about her income. Let me see what mine, because I never looked up mine on here. Channel type, education. Maybe I need to switch my shit from education to travel. Maybe that'll raise my CPMs a bit. Let me look up checking effects and see what his is. Like it says 891 uploads. Maybe they're talking about long videos, but on my YouTube channel it says that I have like 2,000 something. It says I earned 335 to 5,400. My shit has never been 300. I've never gotten a $300 check from YouTube. It's bullshit. Like it says, I might earn as low as $4,000 a year. Yeah, you got. I would be stuck somewhere in another country. if I was earning that little. Like you can't survive nowhere off $4,000 a month. People in Thailand make more than that. I mean, a year. Yeah, don't ever go off this social blade shit. The range is too far off. It'd be different if it said 5,000 to 10,000 or 6,000 to 10,000, but $300 to 12,000 on hers, like or whatever it said, 600 to that thing can't be basing it off real income. Checking Effects is a travel channel. It says, man, I need to switch mine to travel then. I don't know which one pays more, travel or education uh, type YouTube channels. Because different channels have different category. I mean, different. They have different pay rates. You could live almost anywhere in the world for $4,000 a month. You can do that in the States. I mean, you won't live that great of a life, but you could do it. You wouldn't be starving. You probably have a roommate. I just can't do no roommate. Not with no man. Because then I got to deal with how nasty he is. Him eating some of my shit out of the refrigerator. I can't deal with that. Like, financially, it's good to have a roommate. That's really it. The only thing is financially. Outside of that, I don't see no benefit of having a roommate. Ace Lab, let's see. It pulled up somebody completely different. That's not even Ace Live. Ace TVL is what it is. I wouldn't even live with one of my brothers. If I had to, yeah. But if I had the option to pick to live alone, I'm gonna live alone. Like you gotta think, I'm single. Like I like for chicks to come over and shit. I want her to be able to do whatever she want to do while she over there with me. I don't need her in the back of her mind thinking, oh, I can't scream too loud or I can't walk around naked. I want her to be able to unwind. I got this car door open too long. Fucking battery could run out. Let me turn this car off. Go inside. Battery show did run out quick. My dad has a booster though. I might have to boost this motherfucker shit. Let me try to start it and see if I can let it run. I do have I could sit out here on the porch, but yeah, now I'm gonna have to boost it. Fuck. I bet she did put words in my mouth. Fucking car. Yeah, when women say they're single by choice, they're lying. That's usually a cop out. Yeah, fucking car is dead. Let me get this booster. Let me go look in his garage. Yeah, but here's the thing. Even if you have a bigger house and you have a roommate, that's a bigger bill now. And the bill is gonna jump enough to the point where you might as well get your own spot. But what I'm gonna do first before I jump this car is finish this cigar. I ain't got nowhere to go right now. I didn't even get my damn thing. Hold on. Yeah, I do know getting your own spot is more difficult nowadays, but it is what it is. I got a studio for $750. Can't get cheaper than that. Yeah, you would just have to downgrade your lifestyle until you focus on your purpose. But like DJP once said, why, if you pitch yourself, you pitch your product to the market. If nobody buys it, you improve your product. If nobody buys it still and you've improved it as much as you could, you switch the market. If it sells, the last market wasn't for you. There's nothing wrong with going somewhere else. Trust me. It doesn't make anybody else desperate to have you. That's all bullshit. I'm irritated the damn car died. Let me look at that video.
Okay, I think it's better. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Austin. Okay, you look good. How old are you, Austin?
I'll be 25 in 2 weeks.
25 in 2 weeks. So you're a Taurus. When's your birthday?
May 16th.
That's not 2 weeks. My birthday's 2 weeks. That's 3 weeks.
2.5.
Okay, you have Gina Jackson's birthday.
Yes, I do.
I know. I'm May 7th. I know all Gina. I love Gina Jackson. All right, let's do it. So we got Austin, 25. Well, 2024. Be 25 May 16th. What do you do for a living?
I'm a YouTuber as well.
Oh, you're a YouTuber. Okay. I don't consider myself a YouTuber, but I respect that. That's what you consider yourself.
Why? If you're on YouTube, you're a YouTuber.
I guess I am a YouTuber. I consider myself a journalist, but I understand.
I'm a journalist too. I've said that as well.
Okay, but you want me to call you a YouTuber or a journalist?
I want you to call me Austin Hollow.
The question is, what do you do for a living, honey?
YouTube.
Okay. Do you have any kids?
I would hope not.
So the answer is no.
No.
Okay.
I said I would hope not.
Where you from?
Dallas.
Dallas. All right, let's get into it. We got Austin, Dallas, 25. Well, almost 25. He's a YouTuber, no kids, lives in Dallas. What kind of woman are you looking for?
I'm looking for black women that have respect for black men.
Ooh. So you think black women don't have respect for black men?
Check this out. I've been all around the world, and I'm gonna tell you, Afro-Latinas and Africans got y'all beat.
Got us beat, and how do they have us beat?
On every front.
Then why not just date them and be happy?
I live in Latin America. I'm just here to get my paperwork so I can stay gone from y'all.
But what I'm saying is, listen, I have whatever your desire is. So if you found the type of woman that wants to date you the way you want to be dated, why not just focus on her? What would be the point of coming up here to ask for a black woman that you don't really feel?
I'm still trying while I'm here, so I want to see if my mind can be changed.
No one cares, Costa. No one cares about changing your damn mind, honey.
Really?
They're not gonna work that.
So nobody has the interest in changing my mind.
They said she's not a YouTuber. She's not on here trying to make income. We'll tell her to turn her super chats off.
No, it's not about nobody having interest. You said you found a group of women that have the interest, a group of women that you like. We're not mad at it. You should date those women. I mean, you came on. You came on dissing black women, saying that they were not.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
You said that. Well, you said that you were looking for a black woman that has respect for black women, and you said Afro-Latino and African women have you beat. So my thing is, you should focus on those group of women then, since they have us beat, right?
Yes, but I'm in the United States right now.
Okay. Well, those group of women live in the United States too.
And that's why
I guess my thing is like, if you have a problem with black women, we're okay with it.
No. I don't. I've said many times on my channel, the issue is not specifically black women, it's American culture.
Well, when I asked I'm repeating what you said. And what you said was, you want a black woman that has respect for black men. And then I said, okay, are you not finding that? And then you said other cultures had us beat. What kind of woman are you looking for?
I'm looking for black women that have respect for black men.
Ooh. So you think black women don't have respect for black men?
Check this out. I've been all around the world, and I'm going to tell you, Afro-Latinas and Africans got y'all beat.
Got us beat. And how do they have us beat?
On every front.
You said other cultures have us beat. As a black woman, I'm saying spend your time with them. We're okay. We're not upset.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if anyone is going to come and talk about us as a collective and say that we're not worthy enough, well, we bid you.
I never said that. But I'll tell you this, since I've been back in the United States, it hasn't been convincing to switch back over. That's why I'm here today.
Okay. Well, again, we can proceed. I'm just saying from one black person to another, go where you're appreciated. That's for everybody. Go where you're appreciated. Don't worry about it. If you found a culture or you found a human being that dates you and the way you want to be dated,
Agree.
Okay. So Austin, 25 used to go. Okay, so the question is, what kind of woman are you looking for? So you said a black woman that doesn't disrespect black men. Anything else?
That's the base of it.
Well, do you want to give examples in which ways that you have find that black
So
women are disrespectful?
by that, I'm saying she should be respectable when she talks to the man. She should be respectable with the man's time, his wants, and she should be considerate of his needs as well. Because it's always not one-sided. I hear in the United States it's always one-sided.
Well, I can ask you one more question just about the other ethnicities that you said have us beat. Have you dated them?
Yes, I have.
So what happened? Why are you
No, I'm just talking out of my ass and making it all up.
not with them anymore?
Oh, I'm traveling, so I can't commit, but I've experienced.
So why did those relationships end? Just because you were
Oh, they ain't. I got plenty on standby. They haven't ended yet.
Oh, they're on standby. This is like a plane. They're waiting to board.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some black kids, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. So,
See, she should have kept going. She should have let this go on for a long time.
This is supposed to be the part of what you want.
She should have let that go on for, like, that was a good interview. She should have let that go on for a long time.
What do you mean?
Like, the question is, because in the deal breakers, you can say, I don't want a disrespectful woman. This question is, what kind of woman are you looking for? So I guess the good qualities that you desire should be your answers.
Like I said, how she talks to the man is respectful of his time. Please hit the gym. And the pH needs to be balanced as well.
Hit the gym. pH is balanced. I have a lot of questions for you. I will get to your questions. Don't worry. Anything else before we go to your deal breakers?
No, go ahead.
Why didn't she get to the questions? She could have got to the questions and made some more money. Give me the money. Shit.
Okay, let me read some of these questions. They're begging me to read these questions. So, Marika, I can't pronounce your name, said he paid $100 to argue and to get some Red Bull followers.
I didn't pay nothing. I didn't ask nobody to pay nothing.
You paid, somebody sent me $100 to pick you.
Yeah, I didn't send it. I didn't ask them to send it.
Oh, so somebody else sent it.
Did she see my name? Did she see my name?
Yeah, that wasn't my name.
Okay, so that wasn't his name. Courtney said he's live now using you. You're live now?
I was live first, and they said you should call in because I was supposed to date a black woman here in Dallas, several black women in Dallas, but y'all know how y'all are, so.
How? Well, I don't live in Dallas, so I can't speak for the black. You know, not every black woman's the same, right? You can't make one statement.
I know they're not because I've been to Latin America and they're not the same.
Okay, you have to stop your live on your page though. So are you live right now?
I'll stop my live. Go ahead.
I'm gonna stop my live too. I don't got time to try. I don't got time. How about that? You stop your live, I'm gonna stop my live, and all the lives stop. Okay? Listen, can y'all build your own shit, please? Can all y'all build your own pages and your own platforms without trying to call and use my good ass, hard ass work? Put in the work just like I put in the work and build.
She just said she wasn't a YouTuber. She didn't put in no work. She said she wasn't a YouTuber.
Your own shit. Now, all you want to do is get black women upset so they can start. Black women, y'all should really.
The only people I know that built a YouTube channel with no work was somebody like Tucker Carlson. He was already famous and he just opened a YouTube channel like that. He's famous on YouTube now. So you can't say you're not a YouTuber and then say you put in hard work to become a YouTuber.
Take the advice. I don't care. If you want to date a white woman, it is go ahead. I don't care. Latin women, I it was the Oprah Winfrey Show. And Steve Harvey was on the Oprah Winfrey Show, and I think he was up there for the tour for his book, Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man. And a woman in the audience said, you know, she was talking about when she sees black men with white
Who made that book?
act like a lady, think like a man. The Oprah Winfrey Show. And Steve Harvey was on the Oprah Winfrey Show, and I think
Steve Harvey is one of the people that helped fuck everything up.
he was up there
Act like a lady, think like a lady. You shouldn't be thinking like no damn man.
for the tour for his book, Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man. And a woman in the audience said, you know, she was talking about when she sees black men with white women and how it bothered her. And Steve Harvey said, ladies, the black men that y'all see with white women, y'all don't want those men anyways. And I never forgot it. And then I kid you not, every time I meet a black man that dates a woman that's not black, we don't want him anyways. We don't want him.
Well, she not talking about me. Obviously.
Listen, let me say this. I actually love Kanye West. I know Kanye West in real life, and Kanye West has done a lot of things for my career. But I don't know not one black woman that want to walk around barefoot around this motherfucking earth with no clothes. I don't know any black woman that wants to be his wife. Not one. Not one. So all the black men who don't want black women, we are okay. And we are giving you permission to focus on the other races that you say treat you better. We are fine with it. We are not worried about it. And let me tell you why we're not worried about it. Because we know we the shit. Let me tell you something. My biggest sauce that God ever gave me was being a black woman. That's my superpower. That's my superpower. We run everything. You can't have anything working without a black woman being a part of it. It's just that. Think about all the things you need in life. You're going to need a black woman. Matter of fact, you came from a black woman. Because if your black mama didn't have your black ass, you wouldn't even be here on earth. We're superheroes. So if you don't recognize that, we're okay with it. Go where you think is better and have a happy life. Flatliner 24 said, here's 100 to hang up on him, Kendra. I don't want no sucker on here trolling black queens. He's insulting your channel and trolling you. Well, you know one thing I will say, y'all know, actually yesterday, I think I posted all men. It was a plethora of black men back to back. And people were saying, oh, we're realizing that, I know, listen, there's money in it, I guess, when it comes to black women. So people want to focus on that. But my show is not just a black woman show. All people are on my show. So if you only focus on a black woman on my show, that means you're not talking about the show in its entirety. They're saying that he's still recording child. Let him get his money, child. He said he's a YouTuber. He probably got rent due. You know, times get hard when rent can't get due. So he need black, like I said. What did I say?
Rent
Nothing
due.
survives without black women's support. So if I'm quite sure he is recording my show because he needs a black woman to get his bills paid. Point taken.
To be 100% with you, my most viewed video was with Kate.
Point taken. Point taken. Yes, you need black women to.
Now, I love black women. Y'all know that. But the statistics when it comes to me getting paid was not the most by black women.
Pay your bills. Because without me, you would be homeless. I know, honey, I know. You are my community service project for the week. I ain't mad at you, boo. I ain't mad at you, boo. Get your light bill paid. Get your, I don't know, whatever bill paid.
You know what I should have said? I want to find a black woman that doesn't live in Dallas. How do you think she would have reacted to that?
No, you can't survive without a black woman. So that's my thank you to you. Ciao.
We got another message 33 minutes ago. Well, we got 3. It's just not cutting it, man. It's not cutting it. Well, this one's cute. And she messaged first. She mentioned my mother. Yeah, she should go look at the video while she trying to talk about my mom. She should go look at that video of my mom cussing me out. She should go look at that. Other people got the video. But see, I don't talk about that kind of stuff. I never talked about those issues with my black mother on YouTube. She brought that up. No, those are black girls that are messaging me on Hinge. The Latinas ain't gonna cut it in DFW. The white girls are good, but the black girls are the best on Hinge. Like people keep asking me, swipe on white girls, and it's not really. It's not really. I can't stay focused on them. Yeah, because I even said American culture. I never say black American women. So people just mad because they can't get me. They are better than Austin, yeah. The whites and the Latinos are better than Austin. People just mad because they can't get me with that. Oh, he hates black women. I brought up Afro Latinas and Africans. Those aren't black people. I mean, those aren't whites or whatever you want to call them. Fuck. Let's see where this jump is at. Oh, it's over there. I don't feel like doing that. Not tonight or in the morning. Let me make sure. Yeah, it'll work. Oh, God. I can't sit in that car again. No, my dad does have a battery uh, to jump. I meant to say a battery. He has it. Man, I need to quit smoking those cigars down to the end like that. Be feeling like shit. This troll shit gotta stop. I gotta drink this soda because that cigar gave me gas. Yeah, we ain't worried about this shit. Hold on. Worked instantly. I took one sip of that soda and then the gas is relieved now. Fuck. I don't think he would go to another city even if he got donations. If somebody donated the whole trip, I wouldn't want to give the money back, so I would do it. But I don't want to go to another city. Oh, this girl's really interested. She says, "Hey," with a smiley face. She messaged first. I said, "Hey," I sent her emoji. What are you up to? Nothing much, just getting ready for tomorrow. Do you speak Portuguese? Not gonna lie, that's kind of cute. So I'm gonna lead off that Portuguese shit she just said. Fuck. Bored. Dallas is fucking boring, man. I'm telling you, it's literally just a city to work. Travel squad, if you want to leave, leave. The water is good, but it has to be sparkling water. And my dad has sparkling water, but I guess you drink it. Yeah, Dallas is bored. It's boring. They said Kendra is a 7 for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't give her a 2. I mean, what I was looking at was I thought she was attractive. Oh, look, we got 2 likes on Hinge. Look who likes Austin. Shit is crazy. I'm not paying for another boost either. He said, "You're not going outside Dallas." Man, I've been in Dallas. I've been living as an adult in Dallas for over 3 years. Shit is boring. And there's places that can be lit, but it's not really lit because the people not there to socialize. They just there to look at each other. So like everybody gets a section, and that's pretty much the end of the story. They just get a section. Man, I remember one time I was in a section with these dudes, and there was a chick out on the dance floor, or she was around the dance floor. She wasn't in the dance floor. She, I went out there to holler at her, and she just said, I just want to hang out with my friends. Just leave me alone." I was like, God damn. That was like in 2020. That shit happened all the time here. All the time. Man, that shit is annoying. It's like, bitch, stay at home. If you feel like that, stay at home. No, Kendra is smashable. I would smash her. Yeah, yeah. Stay at home. If you just here to hang out with your friends, like I always say, y'all could have did that shit in the backyard or on the balcony of your apartment. Stay at home. You fucking up the vibe. Fucking up the vibe for everybody else. Fuck. He said go to Kiss restaurant downtown. I know about Kiss. That shit ain't shit either. Yeah, people in Dallas go out to not like they go out. You know how Alpha Male Strategies once said that there's women that get super dressed up just to reject guys. Those women are bred heavily here. They come by the hundreds here. You can't avoid them. You really can't. He said rejection is usual. No shit. Would y'all stop telling me about approaching women? I've done this shit on camera. That's why men should not use dating apps. It gives women all the control on who gets to approach them, I guess. And hey, again, when I go to another country, that shit ain't the same. I was winning off dating apps in Bolivia. Well, the chicks that I smashed, I didn't meet on a dating app, but I met chicks off a dating app. Went off dating apps in Paraguay, fucking Colombia. That shit is only because I've even set my dating apps for well for the United States, Kendra is a 7 for the United States. Different rating systems around the world. In the United States, she's a 7. But what was I saying? Which type of body count is higher? We mean Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not gonna shit on. I'm not gonna say Kendra's a two. She's not ugly. At least not from what I saw. I mean, I don't know what she looks like without makeup or nothing, but from what I saw, she's not ugly. I think she's attractive. Alpha males don't go overseas to find women. Okay. But anyway, we're not using Tinder anyway. We've already established that. You must be new here. But anyway, yeah. That shit is because I've even set my dating apps for different cities around the United States. I've done this a long time ago. That shit is bullshit. Now, if we use Kevin Samuel's scale where you can't use a seven, I would say she's a six. I wouldn't say she's an eight, but that's if we use his. But I thought I use a seven. Alpha males don't have to use dating apps. Well, what about Austin Dunham and fucking Fit and Fearless? They use dating apps. I don't think dating apps make you less of a fucking alpha. And I do know that alpha males don't run around this motherfucker calling themselves an alpha male when nobody asks. That's like Donald Trump in 2017 saying, I'm the president. Motherfucker, you ain't got to tell nobody that. If that's really you, motherfuckers is gonna know that. Alpha males, does the alpha male fucking in the animal kingdom, do they have to reestablish that shit? Most chicks online, like for example, when I was on a safari in Kenya, there was like these gazelles, and you could tell which one was the alpha because there was a bunch of gazelles eating the grass, and there was one on top of a rock, basically overlooking all of them. Like a 2-year old could have figured out who was in charge. So if you're really an alpha male, you don't have to comment that shit. Most chicks online, Patrick Brown says most chicks online know they look totally different in person without hair and makeup, so they will dodge you until they get right. That is a thing. That is really a thing. That's another reason why chicks flake. If they feel like they're not attractive enough, they'll just flirt, 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 and then when it's time to meet, they'll flake. I wouldn't even say Tinder is for hookups. Not in the United States. Now, when I use Tinder in other countries, yeah. Like when I first got to Tanzania, and I got like 2 or 3 chicks my first week off of Tinder that literally just they was like, okay, let me know when you need me to come back. Like that was truly a fucking hookup. Like she basically was saying, let me know when you want me to fuck again. It's 10:15. It's 10:15 in Texas. I'm about to pull out my BMW, and Austin is catching an Uber in a twin bunk bed. Make this make sense. What's wrong with this picture? I don't know, man. I don't live here. Yeah, maybe when Tinder, like 2015, 2016, Tinder was for hookups, but now that shit is like one of those things that was good, and now it's like a shithole. Like Dr. Durden said, Tinder in the US is for girls to go to their IG and following. Dating apps in other countries are dating apps. Here, it's a shit show. There it goes. I finally got the fucking burp. Is this bed a twin bed? I don't know. Yeah, that algorithm shit really fucked those dating apps up in the States. I'm telling you, the algorithm works in my favor in other places. Yeah, he said the BMW. I saw that. If you ask me, man, after being back in Texas, I don't want no damn car. Too much responsibility that I didn't have for 2 years. Like, who the fuck wants a car, actually? Oil, tires, gas, note, insurance, wrecks, break-ins, flat tires. I ain't trying to deal with this shit. It ain't even about the money. It's just because I can afford my car note. I've been paying for that shit basically for no reason for the past 2 years. I just been paying it because it's on my credit. But I don't really want that shit. Pessimistic. Yeah, I don't want no damn car. He has to travel outside the suburbs. I used to live off 75 and Forest. That's not the suburbs. Like I used to live basically in the city. Well, I wouldn't say it's the middle of the city, but it was definitely city life. It wasn't suburban life. Stayed there for 3 years. The only thing I like about having a car is that it's convenient. Like whenever you like if I want to go to the store real quick, I can just hop in the car and go. I don't have to order and pay for an overpriced American Uber because this shit is overpriced. But yeah, he said the suburbs. I used to live on Forest. I used to live right, like I could walk to the freeway in less than 2 minutes. Like that's not the suburbs. The suburbs are usually it takes you 5 minutes to drive to the nearest freeway. It's not the fucking suburbs. And meanwhile, while you fucking your money off on a BMW, the car note that you paying on that shit, if you was to go to another country and catch Ubers for $100 a month, like y'all motherfuckers be paying $800 for a car note, $200 for insurance. Do you know what I can do with $1,000 in another country? Like only 100 to maybe $150 gonna go on Ubers that month. I still have $850 left over. $800 on a car note is crazy. It's not crazy. It's very common in the United States. Go look at the statistics. I think on average, the average car note is 600. But these motherfuckers that's in my chat trying to flex ain't paying no 600. So yeah, like you can save by not. That's what's wrong with black folks. We spend all our money on shit to impress other people. BMW, chains, designer clothes. Man, fuck all that shit. Go out and play it safe. I ain't doing shit. I ain't finna go out and spend $50 on gas to run into a bitch that say she only want to hang out with her friends tonight. Fuck them hoes. Uh, and that's before I decide to eat something or have a damn drink. After after going to Latin America, I want to go on a date, or Africa. I want to go on a date. I spent $3 on the Uber. Like we go eat and drink. I can eat and drink. What's going on, Todd? I can eat and drink, and she can eat and drink, and we can catch an Uber back to my place, and I'll spend $40. Meanwhile, you recommend I hang out in Dallas and fucking 4 drinks. If she get 2 drinks, I get 2 drinks. That's $40. Shit makes no sense. When I was before I started traveling, I didn't see no problem with it. Now I come back and I'm like, why the fuck would I ever do that again? Like I wanna. I'm actually glad that these chicks are flaking on me. Like I'm glad that they're flaking on me because I'm saving. First of all, I'm saving my time from being around a dumbass. Second, I'm not spending no $100 on no damn date. Fuck that. I want to keep my American salary and live somewhere for $1,500 a month. That's a smart way to do it. I mean, we can flex with women where their pH is off and rude as fuck and they don't want to. Bruh, it doesn't make fucking sense. I can go and then I can go to Kenya, like the chick that tried to that said, "Oh, I knew the rumors about you were true." Man, her and I went to a restaurant. We both drank 2 drinks, and then we jumped to a. She went home and changed clothes, and then she met me at the other spot. We bought some drinks there. We went to another spot, bought some drinks there, and then she bought me some drinks. Together, bro, we spent $55, $60. You'll spend that shit on 3 drinks a piece here. And the chick was way more fucking she was fun, way more fun to be around. Like the the logic is not the logic is not like it's you're never gonna convince. I've been exposed to too many cultures, too many countries. The logic is not. He says $600 a month on cigars is nuts. Uh, I mean it is a lot of money on cigars, but because I decided to live in cheaper countries, if I wanted to do that, I could do that and I wouldn't notice that shit. You can't notice that you spent $600 on alcohol this month and hanging out when your rent is $400. You can't notice that. I'm 24. Like how why not? Like why not? I'm finna stop convincing motherfuckers in a minute. I'm just gonna start showing people, which is what I've been doing. But I'm just gonna start showing and quit trying to tell people. Why not? Austin, why not learn an IT skill, work remote, and still travel? I ain't got enough time to do all this shit. You YouTube is a job. This shit is a job by itself. I've done 12-hour live streams. You ain't got time to do shit else after that. 12-hour live streams What am I gonna put in 8 hours on work and then sleep 4 hours? That makes sense why he worried about girls. Yeah, not gay. All 24-year-old men like women just as much as I do. This nigga said you ain't gonna have no house. I don't give a fuck about a house. Who the hell buys houses anymore? The richest people in the world tell you to rent houses. Give a fuck about no house. Fuck a house. Pay off some shit for 30 years. Fuck 30 years. What the hell? I'm gonna rent some shit that's gonna depreciate. I mean, not rent. I'm gonna buy some shit that's gonna depreciate. Two things that you really shouldn't buy is a damn car and a house. Like, think if I would have been leasing that car that I have now, when I left the United States, I could have just cut that shit off. Here's the car back. It's yours again. Done. But because I listened to uh, the old school, because I listened to the old school, they say buy a house, buy a car, bro. That shit is not the same as it was 50 years ago. My brother's house increased by 50K. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, sell that motherfucker then. Since you making money, sell that motherfucker then. Since it appreciated, sell it. YouTube is not falling off. They got a billionaire YouTuber. Two of them, actually. He made 50K. Well, I hope he bought another one. Yeah, ownership. One thing Grant Cardone used to always say, and some of his advice is extreme. Well, a lot of it actually. But he always said, Mr. Beast is a billionaire YouTuber. Look him up. The dude is a fucking. Look at his views. Look how much money he puts into making one video. I think they even said, somebody said that he spends 50K to make a fucking thumbnail. Like he has that shit down to a science. Anyway, before I got distracted by that, what did I say? BS, you don't know what you're talking about. Home prices has went up, plus you can make money from rent and equity. Yeah, no, we're talking about living in a house. When they say buy a house, like they're not talking about being a person that's out here flipping real estate or has just a bunch of rental properties at them. They talking about have a house and a fucking white picket fence and a dog or some shit like that. I don't give a fuck about this shit. Do I look like I need a fucking dog? Now, if you're talking about buying houses to rent out, yeah, that's a business. But that's not what he was talking about. He was talking about buying houses just to have a house just to have that motherfucker. You're not making no money if you're living in the house and that's it. You make money off of houses when you set them up to make money. You don't make money off a house just by living in it. Austin's attitude will change. So you think that I'm gonna believe that? Anyway, I'm not responding to that dumbass shit. Um, houses. I mean, Grant Cardone said that you should only buy things that you make money off of. I mean, you should rent things that you don't make money off of. Let's break it down like this. You have an option to buy two cars. You buy two cars. You're not making money off the cars if you just drive them for personal use. But you can drive one and put the other one on Turo. That's when it's smart to buy two cars. Because the car pays for it. It's going to pay itself back off. You know, if you buy two houses, yeah, you can just be this flexer guy. And oh, I got two houses. Yeah, but you're paying taxes and you're out of money. But if you buy a house, live in one, and use the other one to rent, then yes, it is smart to buy a house. But just to buy a house, just to buy it like that, who the fuck are you? You're just impressing yourself. You're not making no money if you have one house and you live in it. That ain't got shit to do with being 24. That's just a fucking fact. Equity comes with expenses. I would have never thought of that. Why would you put a luxury car on tour? The maintenance will kill you. The same reason those people, the banks will lease you a fucking car. The same reason. We're not gonna make it seem like property taxes don't exist. Like you just because you buy a house, you still don't never own that motherfucker. Because if you don't pay the property taxes, the government will remind you who really owns the house. So yeah, that's no. This shit has been well known for decades now. Two houses is two mortgages, homeowners insurance, two property taxes, two maintenances. Exactly. So you buying two houses is just throwing money away. Like you need to buy a house for yourself and have another house that you rent out. Turo offers some of the best built-in insurance. Yeah, Turo doesn't like Turo exists. If that was a shitty business model, it wouldn't exist. Just like Airbnb. Just like Airbnb. If you buy two houses, you can put one on Airbnb and you're not gonna be out of no money like you would if you just had the house. Thank you, Peggy. Peppy. Were you a finance major? I actually was, yeah. If you buy yourself, just buy a condo, they don't appreciate as much, but they're cheaper. It's not about the price. It's about the logic these dudes are having. If you buy the house, like that shit still costs money to keep. You need to have a house that you're gonna I don't feel like jumping that car right now. I could, but I don't feel like it. I'm gonna have my dad do that. The real estate market about to take another major dump. 2000 to 2009 was nothing compared to what's about to go down. If you aren't already loaded, sell your property ASAP. Trust me. Thank you for the super chat. That's another thing too. Like I mean, that does happen. The recessions happen. You have like the one that was like you said in 2008. Like that shit does happen. Like that shit is not. What bank was that recently just that made it harder to buy houses because they went out and bought a bunch of. I think that was Chase. They went around and they were buying like thousands and thousands of homes to jack up the price, making it harder for somebody that wants to invest. Yeah. So like BlackRock, them too. Yeah. Yeah. We're not gonna. He's trying to rationalize his brokenness and bad credit. Okay. Trust me, learn a skill and travel if you want. No one can take that away from you. Women come and go. Why are you giving me that advice? Yeah, no. It's not a flex because you own a house. Like that shit is not no. If you're not making money off the house, you just have a fucking house. Yeah. I bought my car cash. Good. That motherfucker depreciated as soon as you drove it off the lot. You could buy that shit and turn around and they won't buy it back for the same price an hour later because it's used. Yeah, no, that's why I said that shit is not. Dudes are like, I paid cash for my car. Good. Like from my understanding, the only cars that went up in value was like antiques and shit like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you go buy a brand new BMW right now, like that shit is a flex on materialism. Like people are gonna be like, "Oh, you got a nice car," but on paper, that shit's not a flex. Like that's like the shit. Unless if you're gonna make money off that car, you just have a car. Like the car I have. When I'm done paying it off, if I sell it, I'm still gonna be in the negative. Let's say the car costs 15,000. Let's say it costs $15,000. I'm not gonna be able to sell that car for $15,000. That's that's been known since they've been doing car loans. Like that's been known. Like that this shouldn't be new information that I'm telling y'all. Hell, I think even they might tell you that when you buy the motherfucker. Ask them. That's why you put money down. It's still a loan. It's still gonna the car is still gonna be cheaper by the time you're done paying it off. I don't give a fuck if you pay that car off in 6 months. You could pay it off the next day. It's not an asset. Why are people making it seem like cars are assets? They're not assets. Anyway, my point is you can live cheaper. And anybody that's gotten rich will tell you you don't get rich by blowing your money. Like if you read rich people's journey, they lived frugal until they got rich. And even then, they still live off of a small amount of their income. That's why the whole I own this car, I own that shit's not a flex. Like, that's just spending money. Let's say, for example, you take my advice. Let's say you're working on your career, and in 10 years, you'll be making $1 million a month. Well, let me say $1 million a year. If you can somehow still manage a business in another country, you go move to Tanzania, and you can now live for $1,000 a month. You have, first of all, the amount of excessive income you've increased. For example, when I was living in Dallas, how much was it costing me to live here in Dallas? I think it was somewhere around 5 grand. I had an apartment that was 1,100. I had a barbershop that was 1,000, so that's 21. Utilities for both, that was another $700. That's damn near 3,000. Then I had my miscellaneous expenses between my business and my normal life. If you were to open the same barbershop and have a house or an apartment in Tanzania that you were renting, that number would go from 5,000 to like 2,000. Like, you're not going to convince me that just because you move to a different country where it's like, it's only smarter. Like, you get to enjoy more of your money, and you get to have extra money to do whatever you want with it. Like, you get to enjoy, which is the same thing. You get to enjoy more money for whatever you want to do. But if you want to invest, you got an extra $2,000-3,000 sitting around because you went from 5 to 2. But this is only for people that can do that. Somebody that can make money. If you're a software engineer living in LA and it's costing you $6,000-7,000 a month to live, but you go move to Colombia and you lower it down to 1,500, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you have more income. Yeah, some of y'all don't need to leave the United States the more I read this chat. V12s and V10s will become assets soon. Car makers have stopped making naturally aspirated engines. EVs will soon take over. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Um, but yeah, I mean, the white people have been doing this shit for decades. Like, white people have been in Medellin taking advantage of the fact that it's cheaper to live there. But you don't even have to leave the country. The rich people that got rich, if you read their books, they talked about how I'm not gonna eat noodles every day, but they talked about how they would eat the bare minimum. $1 pizza. That's back when pizza was $1. But they would find the cheapest cost of living. So if you can make 10 grand a month, but if you can somehow manage to only spend 20, your life is going to be shitty. But this is in the United States. And that's the point. If you can manage to only spend 2,800 a month, you'll have more to invest. Now, if you want the cheat code, you don't have to live a shitty life. And you can spend that 2,800 in Brazil, and it multiplies by 5. You got to think smarter. How can you disagree with this shit? Living below your means, that's the term, yeah. So if I don't see how people can disagree with this. Like, how can you disagree with wanting to lower your cost of living? You have a lot of knowledge and are well traveled. Some things in life can and will be understood as you age. This goes for all of us. Yeah, well, I appreciate you saying I'm your boy, but I don't give a damn how old I get. It's still going to make more sense to live cheaper. Like, even if you got it like that, let's say you're making 60 grand a month, you're doing very well. If you're making 60 grand a month and you move to another country where everything is divided by 5, like, how is that a dumb decision? And we have degrees, we know. Well, I'm glad you paid student loans. Like, again, even if you wanted to say, I want to pay my student loans off faster, you can move to Brazil, divide your cost of living by 5, and you can pay your student loans 5 times faster than where you were at in the beginning. Like, this is not rocket science. They have a tax law for that. For what? Yeah, degrees are another flick. Degrees don't mean shit. You know how people got degrees and don't have a fucking job in their degree? Like, there's only so many degrees that, and even they're not. I remember when I was in college, my college professor told me she was not guaranteed a job until she had a PhD. This is somebody that is a college professor teaching college students, telling them basically, if you don't spend, what the fuck is a PhD, 8 years, 10 years, whatever the fuck it is, I don't give a fuck what it is. What are you? He said, I pay $150 a month in student loans. I mean, yeah, that's cheap. But my point is, if you want, remember what I said, if you want to pay your student loans off faster, you can do it faster in another country. And then we don't have to worry about being taxed, because if you go get residency in another country and you're earning income, they only tax you after you profit, like, what is it, 118,000 or some shit like that. And if you're profiting, if your net profit on your tax return is fucking more than 118,000, you got a lot of money anyway. But hey, if y'all love the United States and y'all want to keep paying the high cost of living, do it. I mean, I don't give a damn. But I'm just saying, don't say that it's a bad idea financially. On paper, it makes more sense. If you were to write what I'm saying down on a sheet of paper and write what you're saying down on a sheet of paper, my shit makes way more sense. That shit's not even debatable. Yeah, I was drinking that Big Red because that cigar gave me gas. You know, if you guys smoke cigars, sometimes it gives you gas. And that shit can be very uncomfortable. My dad owns 2 homes in Texas and 2 homes in Belize. Get a career and some money so you won't have to sit and make a flow chart about. Well, what I'm hearing is you don't want to make a flow chart, so you just like to spend money recklessly. That's usually how the wealth goes away. I mean, the rich people, if you listen to rich people, they tell you that they watch every dollar that goes in and out. And you're basically saying, don't keep track of your money. I'm I keep track of my fucking money. That's why I'm getting the fuck out of here, because I could live cheaper and better. work on increasing my shit. I don't know why they hating. They could do the same shit I'm doing. I mean, I'm giving the game out free. Oh, girl gave me her number, but I don't even know, man. Motherfuckers be having high interest and flake. Austin, they're trained to be debt slaves, and you're preaching against their program, and they will fight conscious dependencies. Yeah, the shit's not really debatable. I don't know how much money my dad's house costs. I don't ask those type of. I don't ask people about their finances or what they're paying. Yeah, I've been to Argentina. Yeah, rich people either track the money themselves or they pay. But the thing is, yeah, they do pay attention to their money. Learn a skill. Sales is a skill. In Brazil, what are you doing with your time? I'm a fucking YouTuber. Cheaper and not gaining no education to earn money is not smart. Okay. You do realize in 2024, you don't need to pay for education. Like this shit is on YouTube. YouTube fucked up colleges, if you ask me, because you can literally learn besides being a doctor and shit like that. Like you got to go to school for that, but YouTube can teach you anything. Like when I was in barber school, I got to barber school already cutting at a professional level because I learned off of YouTube and I started practice. I would literally watch the videos while I was cutting people's hair until I got it down without the videos. So when I got to barber college, they taught me some things like how to cut women's hair, but there and some different techniques they had, but it wasn't too much. Like I didn't come in there as a newbie. What are these dudes talking about? He said 200K a year. Well, let me tell you something. You guys will never know my income. I don't share that shit. You make 30K a year. Okay. We probably spent $30,000 on fucking flights last year. What the fuck? Fuck is this dude talking about? The flight from fucking Argentina to Poland was yeah, no, 30K a year, I would be homeless for that price. Ten, 20, 30 for a PhD, why not? Oh, this motherfucker's just jealous. He making it about women now. We talking about finances and he gonna bring up women. That's what this is really about. Yeah, the only reason people should go to college is if they want to be a doctor or something where you can't do that job without that education certificate. Yeah. If you're in Columbia, not Dr. Dre, Dre always says this, where he says 100 grand spends, you have 600,000 buying power with 100 grand. You can literally take that 100 grand, and if you got 600 grand, you can spend it and invest in real estate in Colombia, just like you would in the States. Yeah, $30,000 isn't a lot of money, but it is rich in some countries. Like if you go to Shangri-La, what is it, Sri Lanka. I was thinking about Call of Duty. Sri Lanka. If you go to Sri Lanka, they have like $4 a night hotels that comes with breakfast for $4 a night. He said, if you have it, why not? Well, if you want to blow money, why not? Why not? Blow it. Get your money right, bro. Women will show up in your life. Yeah, we ain't worried about women. The only reason we're doing these hinge swipes and shit. Number one, this is what my audience wants to see. They want this research, but I'm not really interested in this shit. Oh, chaos. My bad. He just talking. I'm ignoring him. To my eating ramen noodles. I ain't ate ramen noodles, and last time I ate ramen noodles was when I was actually in barber school and I was actually trying to save money to get my first apartment. That was in 2019. That was like 5 years ago. No, Uruguay is not cheap. Like if you decide to live in Uruguay, it's gonna feel like you're in Dallas. I remember I ate a meal at this restaurant in Uruguay. I had a drink, some wings, and some fries. Nice restaurant too. That shit was $40. In Salvador, you can eat at one of the nicest steakhouses in Salvador and have a drink, a damn filet or a New York strip, and you're gonna be out of $15 to $25. Uruguay is not cheap. My Uber ride from Uruguay, from the airport in Uruguay, I was paying like $20. It was like $1 a minute for. It was a dollar. I say it was $1 a minute on average for the Ubers in Uruguay. Like I was staying on the other. I picked the wrong side of town to stay on, so I went 20 minutes from that side to the central part of town, and that shit was $20 each way. So I was spending $40 a day, which in the United States, a 20-minute Uber ride is $40. But when we're talking about South America, that's like expensive as fuck. Like if you go to Colombia with $40 Uber budget, that's you could show your ass with that Uber budget. Like you could Uber around the whole damn city for 2 or 3 days off $40. He said, or you can get a career in money and eat wherever you want. Well, I've been to 21 countries. Been making money the whole time I've been doing that, so I don't think I need that advice. Uruguay is worth the expensiveness though. I really enjoyed it. Like it's clean, it's safe. Um, the people they got a middle class there, so the people have their own money. It's like not a. I don't think I got begged one time in Uruguay. Nobody's begging. People have electric cars. Like it's very advanced for South America. But and the women they have some beautiful, like besides like The videos that you see aren't too convincing on the women in Uruguay, but I promise you they're beautiful there. If you were in my private WhatsApp group, you would see, because I've shared some pictures. I got some beautiful women in Uruguay, and they're friendly as fuck. I don't really. Did I ever get ignored in Uruguay? I think every chick I approached, even if I got rejected, they at least acknowledge. Some of these places you go to, the women will just straight up ignore your ass, like Bolivia. The most advanced city I've been to in South America, that's from my where I've been. That's in between Montevideo or Montevideo, Uruguay, Santiago, Chile. But I think I would still give it to Montevideo. But Santiago, Chile was better. Santiago, Chile was more hype. Uruguay, Montevideo was more chill. Um, Not hating on Austin, just disagree with his financial views. Yeah, you can't disagree with moving to another country to save money. That's nobody's gonna agree with you on that ever. The damn currency, the damn currency conversion will prove you wrong every time. Chile is expensive too. If you want, like, if you're looking to live that cheap Colombia lifestyle, Santiago's not the spot for that. My average meal in Santiago is like 15 bucks versus I was eating in Salvador Bahia for $3.20, you know. So the price of one meal in Salvador Bahia was three meal. The price of three meals in Salvador was the price of one in Santiago. Let's see, lots of millionaires have, yeah. And actually, a lot of millionaires and billionaires, like what Tina Turner, even she renounced her U.S. citizenship and got a Swiss passport to save on taxes. Like this overseas shit is deeper than women, bro. Like people like to make this shit all about women. There's a reason why I'm back here. There's a reason why I came back. Like people love to talk shit about the passport bros, but it's like we really got the fucking cheat code. Beautiful women, less on taxes, cheaper cost of living. You get to pick. You get to pick what environment you want to live in. So, like for example, I'm not a I'm not a cold guy. I don't like winter, so I don't have to live in Europe. I don't have to live in Montevideo where they have a winter. But I can go live in the DR. I can go live in Cartagena. I can go live in anywhere where it's always hot. You have and healthier food. Yeah, that too. You have the option to you have the option to choose where you want to live. Who's George? Cheapest country I've ever been to though was it's in between Thailand or Colombia, I think. Thailand or Colombia, it's one of those. That's another reason why there's so many expats in those places. Yes, a good number of people are living there to be sex pets, but This cost of living shit is real. Like, it's real. And you get around people who aren't afraid of speaking to strangers. You could approach, like, I complain about this social life in Dallas. Traveling allows me to have a exit. I don't like this culture here. Let me go over here. When I was in Rio, and here's what some idiots think, right? They're like, those women only treat you like that because they view you as a celebrity. They were saying that shit on Twitter a couple days ago, and I'm like, no, because every country is not like that. Like when I was in Brazil, if a chick liked you, they would do everything to make sure you knew. That shit was not like that in Bolivia. That shit was not like that in Argentina. That shit was not like that in Paraguay. That shit was not like that in Peru. They weren't choosy. So you're not getting treated like a celebrity. Like people, the people that say that, first of all, they only went, like I said, they only went to the DR and they thought because they got harassed at the airport by a bunch of gay dudes that that represented the whole country or that represented everywhere else in the world. Like, you guys have seen on my channel, I've gotten rejected, I've gotten ignored. Like, that stuff, that's not a celebrity treatment to get ignored. Celebrities don't get ignored. Like, if fucking Chris Brown went to Brazil, motherfuckers would not be ignoring him when he spoke. So, just because you're American, that's why I always tell dudes, stop leading with that I'm an American shit. That shit means nothing. Like, maybe to some women you'll have like a perceived, like, oh, he might be higher value. But they got their own men. They got their own men that they can be, that they have celebrities in these other countries. Like, that you're just because you're an American doesn't make you a fucking celebrity. Like, in the next 10 years, being an American might not actually be a positive thing. Like, you gotta think about the world is changing. Like, the whole American being great, like, that shit's not, it's not gonna be here forever. But if you go to the Philippines or if you go to a small province in Thailand or Vietnam, I've had people walk up and just because I was black, not because I was American, just because I was black, they're like, we want to take a picture. We want to take a picture. Even when I was in Cambodia, they were doing it. They were like, oh my God, like, we want to take a picture. Chicks grabbing you all on the cheek and shit. That, yeah, you get, some places in the world do that, but, and that's mainly in Asia. But when Floyd and I were in Eastern Europe, them motherfuckers did not treat us like no damn celebrities. They really didn't. We was just two niggas in Eastern Europe. That's all we was two niggas in Eastern Europe. Hell, we had some times in both countries, in Poland and Romania, where we damn near thought it was racism. We get in the car, the Uber driver don't want to speak to us. He don't say hello. We say bye. He don't say shit back. Uh, I wanted to buy a cigar out of a cigar shop. She started talking shit in Romanian. And I know it because she pointed at me and said some slick shit. I couldn't understand what she was saying. And there was two Romanian dudes in there and they started laughing at me. You know, so that, if you think that's a fucking celebrity treatment, it's not. Just because you're American does not give you the celebrity treatment. I wish people quit saying that shit. It's misleading to people. It's misleading to people that are actually interested in living this lifestyle. But you guys got to just learn to ignore the naysayers. You really got to ignore that shit. But yeah, outside of Southeast Asia, I was never treated like a celebrity. Like, don't go to Africa thinking because you're American, you're a fucking celebrity. Like, you just another black in Africa. You just came from a different continent. And then you don't know because the United States government only tells you what they want you to know. Like, if you go to some places where we fought wars and the United States was like doing some bullshit, like what they did in Iraq, like go to Afghanistan. Go to Afghanistan and tell them you're American. Like, and see if that's gonna make them just drop to their knees. Go to Syria where we went over there and slaughtered a bunch of people. Go to fucking Iraq. You know, there's places in the world that are not gonna like the fact that like they probably won't hate you because they know that was more so the government, but not everybody, mm-mm. But you guys know this channel's about research. I'm gonna go to those places. I'm probably not gonna go to Iraq or Syria, but I'm gonna go to places like Kazakhstan, Egypt, some places over there. If I can get into Saudi Arabia, I go there too. That's what it's about. Yeah, you're right. I could be demonetized for saying that. Maybe. But yeah, no. And people think that people around the world base their culture off of American culture. Somebody just brought up Georgia. I heard in a nomad capitalist say in Georgia, like the women expect you to bring flowers to the date. Like that's part of their culture. They expect that shit. In American culture, that's you. You better not bring no girl no damn flowers to no date. You better not. You asking to get a pat on the back and go home and jack off. Don't ever. So that's not American culture. Everything does not revolve around the United States. Like these people still have their own identity, you know, with morals behind it. Shit. Yeah, don't bring no American woman no flowers to no date. I don't give a damn what nobody tell you. You bring an American chick some flowers, soft. That's how she gonna look at you. This nigga soft, desperate, needy. She gonna call you every name in the book. But in Georgia, that might get you what you're looking for. Whatever you're looking for. It's gonna get you some points from what I've heard. Not in America though. I don't give a damn what state you in. I don't give a damn. You could be in Mississippi. Don't even bring a girl from a small town no damn flowers. They probably gonna laugh at your ass. They more likely to ask you, is this his first date? Did your mom tell you to get those flowers? Did your mom pick out your outfit for this date? That's what they gonna be thinking. It depends on the girl. Don't listen to me. Don't buy no chick in America no damn flowers. Ever. I don't give a fuck if it's Valentine's Day. He said some Korean women who got raised in America like one in a thousand like flowers. Yeah. You might get lucky and find a chick that like flowers, but generally speaking, you buy man, do not buy no flowers. He said that's a male virgin shit. Yeah, because even with my ex, when we were living together and Valentine's Day came around, I get her a gift for Valentine's Day. She ain't getting no flowers. Flowers are a sign of weakness over here. You're better off buying your girl a fucking fire stick for Valentine's Day than flowers. And the reason I brought up fire stick is because that is what I got my ex a fire stick for Christmas. I could have got her a better gift, but she was too rude, so I just got her a fire stick. Whenever she left the fire stick at the house. I guess she didn't like it. Yeah, buying flowers. Hold the door open for women, yes, but don't open the car door. Do not open no car doors. Stop opening car doors. Stop cutting their food for them. Don't pull out their chair. Don't do none of that shit. That shit is it's crazy. It's a bad look. I worked at a bank as a guard, and one of the chicks who actually works there liked me. I got her flowers, and she asked me why I got them for her. That sounds about right. So y'all remember the chick that I said I had in Pennsylvania? Uh, I got her flowers 2 or 3 times. She asked me, "Can you send me some flowers to work?" So I bought her some flowers. I did that one time actually, maybe two. But just me being like, oh, like let me do something special. Like send her a meal. Don't buy her no flowers. Send her something to eat. Don't buy her no fucking flowers. He said passing too many flower shops to pass without buying is a bad look. I ain't finna be buying her no flowers all the goddamn time. Well, she ain't got enough space in the house for that shit. Yeah, you better off getting flowers off the side of the road. If y'all walking through a park or something and you want to be sweet for a second, pick up one of them damn dandelions off the ground and just give it to her and give her a kiss. You can do that, but I ain't finna go. She get some flowers for a wedding or at her grave, but mm-mm. Yeah, you're right, Patrick. He said buy weed. Yeah, buy her weed flowers. Buy her those. Those are flowers too. Buy her those flowers. Don't buy her roses. I learned all this shit when I was young, man. Cause I was buying chicks flowers in high school. I saw that shit. I said, yeah, no, that's a wrap. You know, when y'all crossing the street, you know, you can hold your girl arm and, say that you protecting her or some shit like that. That's enough. These girls don't appreciate that shit no more. Don't do that. Hell no. I wouldn't even buy a Colombian chick flowers. I think they would appreciate it more, but I wouldn't do that. I don't know. I wouldn't do that shit. Mm-mm. And that shit is crazy, man. Cause like you thinking you buying flowers and shit, you thinking that's making you stand out. That shit gonna get you checked off the list. Is what it's gonna get you. How long am I gonna be live? I'm thinking probably till midnight. Probably like another 30 minutes. Yeah, don't buy no flowers, y'all. For real. Shit dead. Mm-mm. Yeah, Colombia is the number one importer of flowers in the United States. And when they get to the United States, here's what I'll do. If a chick got a garden in her front yard, then I'm a buy some flowers and go dig up the ground and put them flowers in the ground. And when she wakes up and be like, "Oh yeah, I just looked outside, I had some new flowers. Oh yeah, I put those there." That's it. No, I ain't never bought no foreign woman flowers ever. And maybe some of the women I was dealing with would have appreciated, but man, America got me with PTSD with them damn flowers. I'll never do that shit again. Ever. Somebody said it's cheaper to buy flowers than a date. In America, you buy the flowers and then you take her to the date. The flowers ain't enough. She's hungry. Mm-mm. We ain't gonna. I'ma stand on that shit to the day I die. Do not buy no chick no flowers in the United States. That shit is a bad look. Like I said, buy her some weed flowers. Those work better. I bought one of my high school crushes flowers. The video on Twitter getting some traction, I see. Mm-mm. No flowers. Don't FaceTime chicks for 3 hours before meeting them. Yeah, they get it. Yeah, Dr. Durden was telling me that. Get 10 minutes. Don't take your mama's dating advice. Yeah, y'all heard what my mom was saying. Everything my mama was saying, do this for a woman, do that, man, that shit was going in one ear and out the other. And I've told my mom that. When she tried to give me that advice years ago, I was like, I am not listening to this. I am not listening. My mama's dating advice. I'm not gonna. My mom's dating advice that she was giving out on that balcony, that shit was horrible. Like, it's horrible for today. 40 years ago, it was good. Today, it's horrible. Yeah, pay at the pump. Yeah, my mom, she grew up in Mississippi and shit like that. Maybe that shit worked then over there. When you get older, you'll need to take her advice. Young guys don't have to do much but look good and have a great attitude. Well, you see that shit ain't working. So that's wrong too. You should explain to her your mom listens to you. She's very receptive. Yeah, she doesn't listen to me. Did you not hear how much my mom was over talking me? Like when it was my turn to say something, my mom would cut me off. She doesn't listen to me. Like when I talk on the phone, with my mom, I have to tell my mom all the time, like, "Hey, mom, I only said the word the." Like I could say the, and then she'll just start responding for 5 minutes, and I'm like, everything you just said was off topic because you didn't listen to me. I said, Mom, let me finish saying what I'm saying so you know what I'm talking about. So no, my mom doesn't listen to me. No. I could be like, yeah, this chick just, I tell my mom, yeah, this chick just was really born on a date. Well, you need to do this. I'm like, let me finish telling you so you can know why I said that. Her advice will be how to be the perfect simp. Yeah, the advice my mom was giving was for simps. Like that's what women want, but those dudes don't get no respect that do that. If that's the case, those if all it took was giving chicks flowers and all this gentleman bullshit, if that's what it took, we would all have a girl. It's more women than men. We would all have a girl. We know that's not the case. That's moms though. Some got to get a pass. I mean, yeah, I deal with it because it's my mom. But if she don't listen, she just don't listen. It is what it is. You know. Yeah, what they say they want and who they smash are two completely different things. Being a gentleman is timeless. No, not no more. Not no more. Mom, and I'm saying that because my mom taught me how to be a gentleman since I was a kid. Man, that shit started backfiring as soon as I got to high school. That shit started backfiring. I look like such a simp sometimes. Man, I'm glad you like that Kendra G short. Again, what's being a gentleman? Opening car doors, pulling out her chair at the table, buying flowers. Don't do none of that shit. That shit is horrible advice. Now, there are some baseline things that you should do. Like I said, um, like opening the door to the restaurant. Like that's okay. But yeah, I ain't opening no damn car. That's a lot of work. I gotta walk you to your side of the car, let you in, and then getting out. Yeah, moms, I think they have good intent when they give you dating advice, but don't listen to it. Or listen to it very selectively. Because my mom, she's given me good advice about some things that I've dealt with women, but I have to be careful with what I listen to. Because all a mom will say is, Mom, that advice I did that for her, it didn't work. All they gonna say is, well, go on to the next one. It didn't work again. Keep trying, son. Before you know, you be like, man, this shit ain't working. I don't think this shit's supposed to happen no more. You need to find a Christian girl that loves Jesus. Good luck. Yeah, they'll say that too. Eventually, the right woman, my mama said this word for word. Eventually, the right woman will come along that appreciates all that kind of stuff. Bull fucking shit. I doubt it. Patrick said you'll be 52 and still trying. I'm telling you, they will say that shit. Eventually, you'll find the right one. Bullshit. Just be patient. Yeah, just be patient. Eventually, you will. Just be patient. Bro, you will have gray hairs, erectile dysfunction, and a bad knee by the time that shit. And she'll be in the same position. She'll be 70 years old when she decides to appreciate it. Yeah, Max 7114. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, no, you ain't gonna never find no good woman that appreciate this shit. But like you said, if they legalize pay for play, these women gonna start respecting flowers. I had a chick in Brazil ask me to send her flowers. I didn't do it. There, so about finding the right one, you can find 80%. You ain't gonna find the one that's 100, but you can find 80%. I found 80% a few times. Um, like I had one chick, pretty, nice shape. We got along very, very well. Hygiene was good, sex was good. She had a two-parent household, but the bitch used to trip about stupid shit. But that's probably as close as you gonna get to the one. You know, like she probably tripped and she had some other issue too, but they gonna trip about like like for example, I was in Romania. No, I was in Poland, and I was on the phone and we flirting, and I'm like, I'm gonna record this and send it to her for her memory. So I told Floyd, I said, record this real quick, 30-second clip, send it to her. She literally wrote me this long ass message about how disrespectful I was for recording that. I said I wasn't gonna post it on YouTube. I wasn't going to like this was for us. Like I don't want you to record me. I'm like, what's the big fucking deal? Like, even if I was to post this, nobody would even know who I was talking to. They can't even it the video was me talking to you. They couldn't even see the phone. And I was like, yeah, no, this bitch is a little too stressful. But she was the closest I could find at that time. But still, that shit was too stressful. I was like, nah. Cause that wasn't her first time doing something like that either. Like she used to just trip about stupid shit like a damn 10-year-old. Like that shit was crazy. I used to be like, and I told her, like, look, girl, like I really like you. Like, I wanna talk to you, for a while, but you killing me. Like you're really killing me. Like, we not even in a relationship, you already stressing me out. Like, damn. She was a foreigner too. She was an American. That's why I say the foreign women aren't perfect, but you got a better shot. You got a better shot, a long shot. But who was another one I found that was like 80%? Or it's just like the story I told earlier about the girl that went 36 hours without talking to me. She was doing everything right. From the little time I knew her, I didn't really see too many problems out of her. But she hit me with that, and I'm like, okay, well, let's keep looking at it. Let's keep seeing who else is gonna get closer to that spot. When I was in Paraguay, I had a chick that was basically my girlfriend. The one I told you I was at my apartment. And she was at my apartment when I was out of town. She helped move my stuff into my apartment, which wasn't a lot, but she still did it. Uh, I told her, she asked her homegirl and her two, what was it, one or two homegirls, could they come swim at the pool? And I was like, yeah, like we were really close. And she video chatted me while like, yeah, we over here at the pool right now. But the 20% that I didn't like was she worked way too much. Where I was like, look, like you don't want me talking to other chicks, but look, bro, I got too much free time. Like I even told her like, can I meet your parents? Because her parents, she had to lie to her family to spend the night. So I was like, can I meet your parents? Oh no, 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 I'm not ready for that. Well, look, you need to get ready because in a minute, I'm gonna put you on the back burner. I'm not gonna be giving you as much free time. Like somebody else gonna have to have my free time. What's going on, Culture Invasion Podcast? Yeah, she was juggling other men. That might have been what it was. Uh, that might have been what it was, but she was that 80%. Like she had that 20% that was, if I like her enough, I'm gonna deal with this shit. Obviously, I wasn't trying to deal. She texted me about a week or two ago, like, I miss you, I miss you. And I was like, I miss you too, but like, you need to figure something out. Like, because I go to the gym, I need pussy pretty often, you know? And if you're not around, you always at fucking work. And I told y'all, I offered to take her out of her job, and then she tried to jack up a fake ass salary she had. And I said, yeah, no, you just cancel that. Because I was gonna pay her salary. Because if I'm not gonna ask somebody to quit their job and not pay their salary, because I didn't expect her to move in. But I'm thinking, we're in Paraguay. I'm thinking this is like $400 or $500 a month. She told me $1,000 a week. I said, yeah, I ain't. Don't worry, you ain't gonna never get that from me. Not even in fucking dates, you're not gonna get that from me in a month. The fuck. So, mm-mm, mm-mm, hell no. But then now there is one chick that's like that I told you I've been talking to in Brazil. Yeah, she looked up the average American salary and told me that they really be thinking that we got more money than we really do. Like when we go to these countries, they really think that you can basically afford anything. She worked 7 days a week and she was working like 12-hour shifts. So she was working a lot. And she wasn't lying about her job either, because I met her while she was at work. And sometimes she'd be like, "Hey, I'm over here working at this mall. Can you stop by and see me?" So it ain't shit doing Paraguay. So I would just walk over and speak to her for 2 minutes, and or I would have lunch with her on her break or some shit. So she was cool. She was doing shit right, but she ran me off with that $1,000 a week shit. You ain't making no that. I know you're not making no. There ain't no way in hell you making $1,000 a week. That's American salary. You can live in America for that price. But then, but I got the chick in Brazil that I've been talking to for almost a full 2 years now. The only 20% with her really is I still don't know what her 20% is that I don't like about her. Like she don't seem like she doesn't get out, which is a plus. She doesn't ever really get out. Like she probably hangs out like once a month, twice a month max. You know, did I tell her how much I could afford to pay her? No, because after she told me that $1,000 a week, I was disgusted. Yeah, so the 20% with the chick in Brazil is the fact that we're not in the same country, like, and that the chances of me going back to Brazil is like slim to see her. So, I mean, she does work a lot. Okay, here's her 20%. She has some feminist ideologies, not like no bullshit, but like whenever I would be like, hey, like, the whole Brazil situation happened, I'm gonna fly you to Paraguay to come hang out with me since I'm not going over there. She's like, I don't have the money. I was like, no, I'm gonna pay for your flight and you come stay with me. You ain't gotta spend no money while you're here with me. I don't want to be indebted to a man. I'm like, yeah, that's that bullshit. Bitch, it's not that deep. I'm just, I'm trying to spend time with you. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, what are you talking about? So that was like the first sign. She not motivated to see you outside of the country. That's a negative. Yeah, that's a so that was a sign like because I told her like I even told her I was like, how much does it cost to get your passport? I want you to come see me. I'm not coming back to Brazil right now. I want you to come see me because a round trip from like Paraguay to Brazil was like 400 or 500 bucks. I was like, you can. I'm gonna fly you over here. Get your passport. And she had every excuse to not get her fucking passport. I want to pay for it myself. Shut the fuck up. It's not hard. But EKNL, the thing is that here's the thing. It's not about the money because I offered to pay to get her passport. Because in these other countries, like in the States, how much is it, like $100 some to get a passport? In Brazil, they're not gonna charge them that. There's no way. And well, maybe they would. They're fucking corrupt, but it's cheap. Everything is cheaper. I was offering basically the whole like. I hope she didn't think I was offering to fly her to another country where I'm at, and then she still got to spend money. Like she's about to get a treatment, you know. So for her to deny that, I'm like, what's the problem? But then she gave a good excuse like I can't just take that job off. I can't take that time off my job. So I'm like, okay, I see that. She does work 7 days a week. She always texts me about how stressed out and exhausted she is from working all the time. But then there's always a counter to that. Okay, how much do you usually make per week? I'm gonna pay because I really like her. I'm like, I'm gonna pay whatever your salary is for that week, which wouldn't be nothing, right? Um, this is another benefit of going abroad is like you can do this shit. You can really throw offers out there like that, and that shit is like the cost of what it would cost to fly an American woman one way. If you told a chick last minute, oh, I want to fly you from Ohio to Dallas. Yeah, last minute flight, that shit $500 one way. But in Brazil, in Paraguay, like that's the whole treatment. Like, well, not the whole treatment, but that's the flight round trip, and then I'm not gonna spend shit on food when she gets like that. That's not. We're not. The investment is a lot cheaper. You want to bring an American chick to Dallas for a week? Yeah, you're talking. We're talking 2 grand. Like the round trip flight is gonna be expensive. Like she would have to cook in America for that shit to make sense. She would have to come over and cook. And I had a chick do that. I had a chick fly from Pennsylvania and do that. She cooked in my crib. She didn't ask to go out on it. We didn't go out. It was during COVID, so we couldn't go out. But and yes, Brianna, she said who works every day. In these other countries, they work 7 days a week. They, if you date a chick anywhere in South America, I can guarantee you 90% of the time they work 7 days a week. I can guarantee you 90% of them work 7 days a week and don't get paid shit. There's a small percentage of them that don't. And I did a Patreon video where I was talking about this, where if you are in the southern part of South America, those chicks work, they seem to work more than anywhere else in South America I've been. So she still didn't want to like, and she doesn't need a visa. South Americans don't need a visa. Just like in Africa, Africans don't need a visa to travel around Africa. But she still was like, to this day, I tell her all the time, like, yeah, you need to come over here. She's like, why don't you just come back to his sea fading? Why can't you just come back here? I can't take that time off. But then she gave me another legitimate excuse. She was like, they there's nobody that can replace my shift at my job. And I'm like, okay. And she does have a job. She's not lying about her job. Like since I've been talking to her, she's been keeping me updated on the past 3 jobs she's been through. And she's in school too. So, but still, it's like, I mean, goddamn. But she just bullshitted me because she just flew to another part of Brazil for like what, a 4 day vacation. Her and her friends went, and she was video chatting me and shit while she was there. But why the hell didn't you get your passport like I asked you? So that's the 20%. That's the 20% with her is like, okay, how can I do this? But I will say, when I lived in Salvador and I said, hey, I'm coming to his CFA in a few days, I want to see you. She did lie to her parents, and she made sure that she at least had one night, and then she went right back because she lives in a city near his CFA. She came, and it was like an hour drive too. She got a ride with her friends that she had her friends that lived in his CFA come pick her up and brought her to me. They brought her to me, and then and I met her friends that brought her too. Like it wasn't no fucking dude or nothing. But they brought her, and then she stayed and we hung out that day, and then all day the next day, and then that night she went back home and went back to work the next day. So I will say she put in effort that time. But I mean, again, if you can't, I mean, if you can't, I don't know. No, she's actually older than me. She's like 27, I think. I met her when she was 20. She's probably 27. She's probably 28 now. But she still is like, they live with their parents until they find a man over there. Most of them. Did most of the women you dated overseas live with their parents? Yes, most of them. Like the majority of chicks that I've slept with had to lie to their parents to leave the house. Like that. That's why the people behave differently. They still have a family. Like they don't leave their family. Like, let me go back. The only chicks that I did that had their own spot either had a really good job or they were a single mother. Like those chicks had their own spot. But all the other chicks, like if y'all remember that story I told you about the one chick that in Salvador that came over and she was like, "Oh, so we're gonna start right here on the couch." Like she still lived with her parents. The one that I said had handlebar hips, she still lived with her parents. The one that we got into a debate about her washing the fucking dish, she still lived with her parents. The one that like they live with their parents. The chick in Romania that had a car and had two jobs and she was doing good, she still lived with her parents. Like they don't leave. They don't leave until they find a man to take them in. So the girl in Recife, that's why she could only stay one night. So I give her a little slack too because I give her a little slack because she has parents that are micromanaging her basically. So again, if you want to date abroad, like that's something you're gonna have to deal with. Like Fred's girl, Durag Bay as he calls her. I've met her family. She still lives with her parents. She doesn't live with Fred. She lives with her parents. That's a thing there. And until Fred is like ready to marry her or something, that's when she'll move out. Most likely, they live with their parents. They be 25, 26, 30, still living with their parents. So, but in the United States, if you still live with your parents, culturally, motherfuckers gonna look down on you. Like you ain't doing enough. Why don't you have your own shit? That's how we gonna look at it here. You 25 still living with your family, you ain't shit. That's how we would look at it here. But the economy, we can do that here because we have a great economy. So anybody can get a job, so we can do that. Who else? The chick that was driving me around in Cali, she lived by herself. And I know that because I stayed at her house for a few days. Um, yeah, they still live with their parents. So that's gonna be a lot of people's 20%. Some of those chicks you really have to go down there, and even the hoes still live with their parents. So yeah, people still live with their parents in the United States, but people are gonna like women are gonna look down on a man if he's still living with his mom at my age. Like if you're 25 trying to date in America, and you tell another chick that's 25 Like, oh, like, she's like, oh, can we go back to your house? Like, oh no, we gotta go back to yours. Like, she gonna look at you like this nigga ain't doing enough. Like, that's the culture here, which is fine. I enjoy having my own spot, but it's just an observation. So, who the chick I met in Vietnam still lived with her parents. The one in Cambodia still lived with her parents. In Kenya, that wasn't a thing. Some of them did, but all the chicks I dealt with in Kenya had their own spot or they lived with a friend. But in Kenya, they got a very sexualized culture. Let's just say that. Um, in Tanzania, those African women, a lot of them did have their own place. Now that I think about it, they either had their own place or they stayed with somebody else, but it wasn't their family. But yeah, the girl that flaked on me yesterday, she hit me up today, but I dry text her. I was just like, I was pretty much just one word responding to her. Like she's gonna have to come back with, "Hey, Austin, I'm wanting to pull up, or you can come spend a night." Like those are the only two options left with her. Um, West Africa, even in West Africa, they had their own spot. That was definitely a thing. But like I said, it's more common for them to live with their homegirl or something or a cousin. And a lot of guys who don't have their own in America end up wasting a lot of wasting the women time. Can't relate. I've always had my own shit. Yeah, they have roommates. Yeah, people don't even like as a man, if you have a roommate and you tell a chick that, like you can disqualify like 70% of your pussy. Like there's a small amount of chicks, and it's probably gonna be a college chick. But a grown ass 30-year-old, 35-year-old chick, she'll block your ass if you tell her you got a roommate in the States. Not in Brazil. In Brazil, and Fred has said this on his channel, in Brazil, when Brazilians want to fuck, they'll go get a hotel. Oh, thank you, Joyoti Kanak. Who else? In Santiago, they had their own place. In Montevideo, they had their own place, but they have better economies there. I think Argentina was like that too. Not in Paraguay. They live with their parents. Not in Bolivia, really, either. Maybe somewhat. In Peru, they had roommates. No. At least not the ones I was meeting. One of them had a roommate. Yeah, African women do have the best box. Now I'm trying to think who else was another 80% girl I had. There was a chick I had in Bolivia. She had her own job. She never asked me to pay for her Ubers. She would pay for my shit sometimes. Her 20% was like she needed to hit the gym. She wasn't fat, she was just really skinny. But she was Bolivian. Like they're not known for having bodies. So she had like a Southeast Asian body. Because if you ask me, they're Southeast Asian. Like I think the motherfuckers walked from Southeast Asia over there millions of years ago or something. But her 20% was her body. And she worked a lot, but she still fit me in her schedule very, very well. Squareback, yeah. In Bolivia, they have. That's what she was. She was. She was a square back. Yeah, yeah. Bolivians as a whole, they're not. They're like mid. They have some beautiful Bolivians, but it's very few of them. Very few, and they're mixed. Now, I don't think they make it to. Now, if they make it to their 40s and they still living with their family, that's a red flag. Cause now we looking at it like, you mean to tell me you graduated high school 22 years ago and you ain't found no man to move in with yet? Yeah, we found a gym in Bolivia. That was pretty much the only spot. Like we would see it out and about. Like even we went to the clubs, like all those chicks were like, yeah, yeah, like, like the cute face, okay. But in that gym, we saw some superstars, for sure. But that was the only place. Besides one other time, we saw two or three of them outside the mall, inside the mall. The dudes stayed living with their parents too, yeah, but not as much because as men worldwide, we're expected to have our own shit first, and then we bring the woman in. Sometimes you have hard times. Nobody's disputing it. There was a variety of women in Santa Cruz, but the majority of them look like regular Bolivians. Like I said, there was certain cities, areas in the city, maybe you find a pocket of beautiful women, and for me, that was the gym, and it was one gym. It wasn't. We went to well, there was another gym, but all those chicks looked like they were 40. But we found another gym with a bunch of young chicks, a bunch, a bunch. Yeah, Aaron, I'm still in the Soto. What made African box the best? Passion. I mean, it was good, but it was the way they put it on you that made it even better. That shit was unbeatable. That shit was elite. If you go to Africa, you'll never forget African pussy. I guarantee you. You'll never forget it. He said, I want to go to Bolivia to find a plug. You know, so Bolivia it was safe for us, but it's not that safe. We had a Brazilian Uber driver, and he was telling us that he's seen like those drug cartels, they have their own military and tanks, just like they do in Mexico. But they had a time where they were crossing the freeway and they had the whole freeway shut down for them to cross where they were bringing all the cocaine with you. You could see them. Of course, the cocaine was packaged and it was in boxes and it was, but you could see that they were transferring cocaine over the freeway to the other side of this jungle area or wherever the fuck they was going. It's just that one area of Bolivia that we were at that's safe. The rest of that shit is not as safe. In that part, because we went to a province and it wasn't dangerous. At least during the daytime, it wasn't. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in Ecuador. He said brush your teeth. Yeah, I am. Trust me. You going around the world trying it all out? Yeah, it's my job to research not just the women, but the entire place that I go to. I have to observe everything so I can get on YouTube and talk about it. Yeah, if you have a chick that is gonna set you up to get your organs trafficked, you just gotta be careful who you dealing with. That's usually chicks that are in desperation that do that kind of shit. Yeah, I gave up on stateside women. Yes, a Latino I think can succeed over there. But yeah, I gave up on putting my energy towards them, but I'm still getting messages on the hinge. But it's just like, I don't know. I love sushi. Yes, I'm going to Spain for sure. I don't know if I'm gonna go this round, but I will be. Got to. Yeah, all thing. I mean, it's not just about women, because that's why when these dudes try to come over here and talk about the cost of living, I've since I'm not just solely traveling for women, I have experience and fucking facts, data to back up what I'm saying about this cost of living and all that. I don't know why dudes tried to argue with me about this shit. No, the only country in South America that you need a visa to go to is Bolivia, I think. That's the only one I ever needed a visa for. Yeah, they probably not gonna get too much money out of my organs. If that was, I'm not. My organs aren't shitty. I don't have problems, but they've definitely gotten their dose of alcohol and pre-workout and energy drinks and coffee and candy over the years. But they're not shitty. My organs are not shitty. And Venezuela, yeah, Venezuela, you do need a visa. Brazil, they keep saying that. Man, Brazil been saying that shit for. I can't even take them serious no more with their visa. I ain't never seen no country push back a visa that many times. They just pushed it back a whole nother year. No, that dog is in their sleep. I gotta walk him tomorrow. Treat yourself. Welcome back to where you be. I'm sure Dallas has better sushi, but Austin is working on it. Thank you for the $33 super chat. I will. I think I'm gonna do that tomorrow because I gotta meet with a homeboy. Might meet at a sushi restaurant or something. No, I have. I tried to start a baking. I tried to have a. I tried to open up a banking account in Brazil, but all that shit was a damn process. Like that shit is. And one master teacher was talking about that. Getting a bank account in Brazil is not easy, but that's why I'm getting residency in Paraguay, so I can have more leverage, more access than a tourist would. I'll be out of the states in less than a week. He said you just need a CPF. Trust me, when I was in Salvador, the only bank that was gonna let me sign up, I think, was Echau, ETAU, Echau, and that shit was not easy to get. Like they made it hell to get that bank. I haven't been in Manaus. Only Recife, Rio, Salvador, Sao Paulo, and I was only in Sao Paulo a day. I was there for a day, and I was on the news the next day. You know, in Vietnam, the interest rates I heard can be 12% on savings accounts. Yeah, I wish I could have went to Manaus, man. Manaus is a nice place. Yeah, I met a expat from the States in Vietnam, and he was telling me that his savings account is 12%. Versus here, our shit is 0.012. If you ain't got $1 million in the bank, that shit is useless. All right, you guys, I'll answer a couple more questions and then I'll give it 10 more minutes. Can't believe that damn car went dead, man. Yeah, I think if you have I did the math on one of I think Bank of America savings account. If you have 100 grand, no, I think if you had 100 grand, it was gonna give you like $1,000 in interest or some shit like that. Something that's like you're better off putting it in a damn stock or in Bitcoin. You have a better chance of seeing a benefit than a U.S. savings account. You said it's just well, yeah, the battery is dead. Yeah, I should have just left that car running. Well, no, I shouldn't have let it run for that long. But damn, yeah, we're gonna go to Paraguay for a month and then go to Turkey after that, and then we're supposed to do Kazakhstan and Egypt after that. But we'll figure out when we get there. Yeah, it's my car. I've been paying on that car since I've been gone. It's my car. If I didn't have to pay that car note, I would instantly get an apartment in one of my favorite countries and just have it as a place to go back to. That way I can always have somewhere I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm spending too much money. Let me go sit in this country for 6 months. That's what Kenya was supposed to be. But I'm glad I didn't sign a long lease because, man, I've been gone 6 months. That'd be just 6 months down the drain. That would be like damn near 4 grand I would have just been giving them. And I could put it on, see, now I could, you could put it on Airbnb. In Africa, they don't care. You could rent an apartment and put it on Airbnb. Trent, no, so it sounds good to move. Oh, ship my car to this country. But what did I tell you? People were trying to say, oh, he doesn't want a car because he's broke. I have a car. But besides this other thing, I don't want to deal with the flat tires, new tires, gas, oil, etc., etc. I don't want to deal with that shit. I can just pay $2 for a fucking Uber. But even if I wanted to ship that car, I'm gonna buy the car again and import taxes. Like you can't just ship that car there. You gotta pay however much it costs to ship it, which is not gonna be cheap. Then the taxes are so high, you gonna buy the car again. They're gonna charge you the value of that car again. So it's not it's I would never I listen, after I pay this car off, I probably would never own a car again for a long time. Like these countries are too convenient. Like if you have it would be inconvenient for me to have a car in Nairobi because number one, they drive fucking crazy. It would be inconvenient for me to have a car in Paraguay because it's not big enough. Like there's not enough. You wouldn't be driving it. Like you can walk most places there, so you wouldn't even be driving a car. You could. I wouldn't. I wouldn't be like I was dealing with a chick in Paraguay that had a car, and she still Ubered to go on a date with me. Like that's how much you don't need a car. And she didn't stay that close by either. But anyway, maybe in Montevideo I would have a car. Just because Uber is so expensive. I would have a car there, yeah. In Buenos Aires, I would not have a car. There's a gym, a coffee shop, a pharmacy on every corner. Like they must have 100 gyms in fucking Buenos Aires. Like they have just as many coffee shops as gyms there. So you don't need to. It would be stupid to have a car there too. Like it will for me because it'd be like I can walk. Like I can walk there and be there in 10 minutes. Versus I can get in the car, drive, and then spend another 5 minutes looking for a parking spot. It would be it's inconvenient. But I do need to keep this car because whenever I get back to the states, that's the convenience. I got a car already. Because Ubers are expensive as fuck here. You get a taste of the United States when you try to buy your first Uber. That's when you know you're not in another country anymore. Plus somebody else could use it. Um, what's another one? Yeah, you talking about tickets? See, when I'm in an Uber, if the Uber speeds, he gets a ticket, not me. It's very convenient to not have a car. Who trying to hide their country accent? But I should keep the car. You guys said build the credit, so why not make the payments? Um, no, I'm not interested in buying another car. It would make sense to sell the car, but who knows? My mom could use the car. Like I'm not. So what's another one? Yeah, don't get a car anywhere in Africa. They drive like assholes there. Like look at how many beat up cars you see when you get to Africa. Um, Asia, I wouldn't own a car either. Thailand is too much traffic. People drive crazy there too. Vietnam, I would own a car. My Airbnb, well, I would own a motorcycle. But even that's dangerous, man. I seen a motorcycle accident in Vietnam. This chick was just laying on the ground with her head bleeding like a motherfucker, like bleeding. I had never. I was. My heart dropped when I saw it. I was like, oh shit, like she's dead. You know. Um, but she wasn't dead. But she might as well have been. Shit, she probably did die. No point in. Now, if I lived in Europe, if I lived in Poland or Romania, I would have a car because if you use Uber like we Floyd and I were spending probably $30 a day on Uber. We were coming out of pocket for that Uber. We were coming out of pocket for that Uber. Yeah, I'm gonna walk y'all through the residency thing. Yeah, the pocket or the Uber. I mean, we were coming out of pocket out of Uber in Europe, but Europe is developed, so it's expected that you would need a car. In Peru, I wouldn't. Yeah, ooh, I wouldn't get a car in Peru. After seeing that traffic where even the fucking ambulance couldn't get through, yeah, because in that situation, if there's that much traffic and I'm in an Uber, I can just hop out and be like, just look in the ride right here. I'm gonna walk because I can walk faster than you being in this traffic. Yeah, the only thing that's tying me to the United States is my car. Once I get rid of that, like none of my money would be going to United States unless if it's like a credit card payment or something like that. But other than that, no physical thing will keep me in the United States. But yeah, we'll figure that out. Don't you pay taxes? Everybody has to file. Yeah, no. Again, after being abroad 2 years, don't buy a car. Don't buy a car until you're somewhere for a while and you feel like you need it. And by a while, I don't mean 1 year. Like I know a guy in Paraguay, American, and he has a car, but he's been there for 7 years. Like at that point, after that 1 or 2 year mark, I would go ahead and buy a car too. But even then, I would tell him he doesn't need it. Well, he does. because he owns some business that's like an hour drive away or something like that. But you don't need a car in most of these places. You don't. Boy, they was trying to call me broke earlier. He trying to justify him being broke. You really don't need a car. Like I said, you need a car in Europe. At least the two countries I went to in Europe, Montevideo. That's it. That's it. Need. You only need a car in those two places. It's cheaper to have your own car than to drive. I mean, than use Uber in Montevideo. And more people have cars there anyway. Yeah. But women didn't ask me if I had a car because they knew I was telling them, oh, I'm only here for a week. So they wouldn't even ask me that. Yeah, I've heard of dudes being in their 40s and 50s in New York and they don't know how to drive. In Texas, we like, what do you mean you don't know how to drive? But that's what Buenos Aires is like. It's like, why would you get a car? Yeah, if you're in Texas without a car, you're fucked. You want to go to the grocery store? You want to walk? Oh, you better be walking for 30, 40. Probably going to take you an hour to get there. To walk. Zambia, you need a car in Zambia. I will say that. Zambia, you need a car. In Lusaka, that shit was not, even though that's their capital and that's the biggest city from my understanding, it's not walkable. And yes, it's healthier to walk, but I mean, man, if I'm hungry, I ain't trying to, and I want to go sit down and eat, I ain't trying, especially you got to take weather into consideration too, because Zambia gets cold. Like it was shivering cold at night there. And imagine walking in the cold for 45 minutes. Fuck that. Zambia over South Africa because I like to go places that a lot of people don't go to. I go to places that people go to, like Medellin, Nairobi. You know, I go to those places, but I like to. I'm trying, like again, I'm trying to go everywhere. Like eventually, I'm gonna go to Angola, Mozambique, Egypt, uh, Guyana. You know, in South America, Guyana. You know, people don't go to those places, and you get to experience real culture. Because when, like Medellin is Colombia, but number one, it's nothing new. Number two, it's like it's gonna be so many gringos when you get there. It's like you're not getting that. The best feeling is when you go somewhere and you know you're not gonna see any other Americans today because you're getting to see a culture that's kind of untapped. You know. So when we went to Nakuru in Kenya, in the western west of Nairobi, about what was it, 3 hours? Whatever it was, it wasn't that close. But I didn't see there was it was just Kenyans out there. Very cheap, very underdeveloped, but it was just Kenyans. That felt like, yeah, I'm really in Kenya now. Versus you go to Thailand, you go to Bangkok, bro, you're not, it feels like you're in Asia around a shitload of foreigners, because that's exactly what it is. Asia with a shitload of foreigners. I mean, when you're in Bangkok, it's like 50% foreigners, 50% locals. There's a lot of foreigners in Thailand. A lot. I would go to Mongolia, but I've been watching a lot of they're xenophobic in Mongolia, I heard. In Mongolia, like they've had stories of them killing foreigners just because. Like just because you're a foreigner. Phuket is 99% foreigners. Yeah. Like if you think Cartagena has a lot of foreigners, Phuket, yeah, it seems like it's majority foreigners there. It seems like they built that city just for foreigners. Thailand is its own country. It's next to it's next to Vietnam, but they're both their own country. Yeah, no, I'm not going to Mongolia for that. Yeah, of course it depends on the area in Thailand. Like they have some cities that are near Bangkok that nobody goes to that are major cities, but they're near Bangkok. And people say when you go there, you're the only foreigner there. But there's a reason why nobody's over there. Because I've heard in those areas nobody speaks English. Like if you go to Bangkok, every Thai person knows English, at least 50% of the language. But in those other, they said there's no signs in English, no smaller towns or those other big cities. But yeah, thank you, King Waves. But yeah, yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. You guys know we do daily live streams. Why were you in Bangkok? Same reason everybody else goes. Just to see Bangkok. I love Bangkok. I love Bangkok. If we're talking about Thailand, if I had to love a city in Thailand, it'd be Bangkok. It's huge, diverse. If you want to party, there's parties that literally go on 24/7, like 24/7. Um, Only downside is like it seems like they're all pay for play. Not Thailand, but those major cities pay for play. You can find a good girl, but like you're gonna have to put in some real effort. You're gonna have to learn Thai. I've been in some malls where there weren't even white guys in the mall. Like there was no foreigners in Bangkok at this one mall. But nobody knew English. So if you want to find the real Thai girls, you gotta learn Thai. Yeah, Bangkok is way better than Pattaya because Pattaya is pretty much a tourist city. They have the eastern part of Pattaya, which is more chill. Even that area is flooded with foreigners. So, and that's the pay for play capital of the world. Like, it's the pay for play capital of the world. So you're extremely limited on your dating experience. But other than that, you know, malls, movie theaters, a lot of stuff to do in Pattaya. But I mean, shit, we if you want to date a regular chick, you can forget about that shit. Thank you, Solomon. I'll see you guys tomorrow.